All right. Folks in the YouTube chat, can you tell me if you can hear me? I see we've got Andrew and Benji in the chat. I'm not sure. So I'm kind of having to do the tech stuff. David helped me get set up, but I'm having a roll kind of solo at the moment, and he's usually the tech guy. So if you could let me know if you're hearing me in the YouTube chat, I would appreciate it. Yeah, it looks like I'm hearing it. It looks like I'm able to hear it. All right. So here's what I wanted to do this afternoon. I wanted to talk to some representatives of folks of groups that that came out to support the workers organizing at Amazon. We had a rally on Saturday, and there was a lot of folks that came out, a lot of folks from a lot of different groups, some community groups, some unions, and so we wanted to talk to some of those, some representatives from those groups to see why they thought like it was so important to support these Amazon workers. So we've got a really cool lineup. We're going to be talking to right now. We've got on the line. We've got some folks from the Birmingham DSA. We're going to have some people on later from the Atlanta PSL. We're going to have the president of the IBEW Local 136 here in a bit. We're going to have the co-chair of the Alabama Bernie Sanders campaign, Reverend Gregory Bentley, who came up from Huntsville. We're going to have Kathleen Kirkpatrick from Hometown Action. Going to have the business manager for the Birmingham Ironworkers Local. And we're going to have Luis Leon. He's a freelance journalist who is reporting for the American Prospect about this drive. So we're really excited to be talking to the guests that we've got on the line, or got lined up for us tonight. And so in between each guest, I'll probably dip out, give y'all some music to listen to while we get all the tech stuff set up, and make sure everybody can hear everybody. But on the line now, we have got Chris Ezor. Is that right? Is that how you pronounce it?
It's Izor, actually.
Izor. All right. I appreciate you bearing with me. And yeah, so we've got him on the line. He's the co-chair of the Birmingham DSA. Is that right?
No, I'm actually rank and file of Birmingham DSA, but have been part of this small group of us that have been working with getting the RWDSU supported from BMDSA.
Gotcha. Well, that's awesome. I appreciate you being interested. Wanting to uh, um, wanting to help these workers. I think that's really important, that these folks see that there are people out in the community that support their effort. They've got every day they're going into Amazon, and they've got 500 contract workers now that are just being used like anti-union billboards. That's something that Louise put out that wasn't known before. Their bosses, their managers, supervisors, folks like that are telling them that a union isn't going to be good for them. And so it's really good that we've got folks like you in the community that are telling them that no, actually, Amazon is just wrong. This is going to be really great for you.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, Alabama doesn't necessarily have a great, or doesn't necessarily have a really strong, labor movement at the time. What we do have, we want to support, but also, um, in my own experience and an experience of, other folks in Birmingham DSA, and then everyone, that we know, it's not easy to be a worker in Alabama. And so the more that we can support that, especially in the work in Amazon that we know to be a difficult place to work. The working conditions are not they're not great working conditions. As far as like limited breaks, over using metrics to track workers' times, all of that. So we just want to support the workers as they're unionizing, and especially as they've been garnering national attention. And so that's been really cool. And anything that we can do to support that from DSA's perspective is is going to be top of our list.
Yeah, and that's something that if you're on Twitter a lot of the um, a lot of the criticisms of DSA is that it's too focused on national politics, it's too focused on electoral politics. But if you actually look at the things that DSA is doing, it's that's really not a great criticism, of what's actually happening. I don't think.
Yeah, I also unfortunately am on Twitter a lot, and I see a lot of that too. Um, and like if I think that there's maybe some valid critiques about some of that, but as gets consistently said, DSA is the largest socialist organization in the country. It is a diverse organization, from various people's perspectives, but everything that I've seen and the reason that, I've wanted to get involved and stay involved, and I've been sort of in and out of the Birmingham DSA group for a while, just during the last, tumultuous last several years, is that there's, outstanding work being done to support workers of all stripes, whether that's teachers, whether it's the folks at the Hunts Point when they were striking, whether it's just direct service mutual aid work in the community, whether it's supporting tenants who are increasingly facing the significant threat of eviction during the pandemic and the economic crisis. And there's many ways, there's many tactics and strategies for going about that, but I think that's DSA is uniquely positioned given its size and the number of local organizations that are part of this large organization, to do great work in small communities and be responsive to local needs, both of workers and just community members.
Right. So what have y'all been doing to support, like, for the folks that aren't aware, I've said that y'all have been supportive of this campaign. What actually has the Birmingham DSA done?
Well, I mean, I think importantly, we didn't want to take this opportunity and make it about DSA recruitment or anything like that. We wanted to basically just support the workers at Amazon, and we wanted to show our support for the union that was helping organize them, the RWDSU. And so we went to them as early as we could, after news was growing that there was a unionization effort, and said, whatever it is that you need us to do, whatever it is that we can do, we're here to do it. And for a while the conversation said, we'll get back to you, like we're working with one-on-one conversations, we're working with outreach within the union, they're collecting cards and all that stuff. And so we said, that's great, whatever it is, whenever it is, we'll be there. And so as time went on, we started to come up with some more ideas about messaging, and doing what we can to just show community support. And so we've done a lot of social media promotion, and we've done some physical messaging and support of the union in the Bessemer neighborhood, and then just whatever we can do to facilitate other DSA interest in this fight, because this is a national fight. Even if it's local to Bessemer and local to Alabama, it still has national implication, really international implications. And so a lot of times we'll get contacted by other DSA groups, and so once word got out, we put it out. We tried to fundraise some more durable messaging in the neighborhood and all that stuff, and then when the rally came out, the more that we could promote that, the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and something that the lead organizer on this campaign, Joshua Brewer, something he was really impressed with that he mentioned specifically about DSA. I think a lot of, I think, similar things can be said of actually a lot of the community groups that have come out to support in this campaign. But he said past campaigns with other community groups, one of the thing, and it's, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but just kind of a fact of the way that they operate. He said that with community groups, there is, there's kind of this expectation of a give and a take. That the union is gonna at some point do something for the community group, or it's somehow gonna benefit the community group directly. And he said that there's never been any of that with the Birmingham DSA. He said that y'all have been there from the beginning. How can we help? And exactly like you said, not about how can we get into your trainings to say that you should join Birmingham DSA, not about how can we, how can we make this benefit us? How can we help you? And I think that really, I mean, I was just so appreciative of that really spoke to me a lot. And that's why I wanted to have y'all on to talk about that, because I think that's so important. And he said that a lot of times unions get that kind of solidarity. They'll give help without any strings attached. But he was really impressed with the kind of selflessness that with which y'all gave your services.
Yeah, I mean, it's about, their liberation and our liberation are tied together because we're all workers. And, the more that we can just be there to support, their victory is our victory. And so, we look forward to being there for, the RWDSU and the Amazon union organizers, but also just other unions in the state, and in the Birmingham area. The more that we can, just be a support, all the better. And, we can acknowledge that, not everyone necessarily not every union member necessarily identifies as a socialist or a democratic socialist or what have you. But the more that, we can demonstrate that, we're there to support, workers, when those workers, ask for support, when they need support, all the better. And it's good for us because it's good for workers.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with that. That's, I think that's like socialism kind of,
Yeah,
helping workers because it's good for workers. What was it? You're from Alabama, presumably?
Yeah, I was born in the Tampa area, but I've spent most of my life in Alabama. Outside of Birmingham, I went to college at the University of Alabama and studied who knows what. It doesn't really matter. And then moved to Birmingham after that, and have had a sort of an odd assortment of different jobs since then. But yeah, so I would say I'm basically born and bred in Alabama as far as it counts.
What was it that made you a socialist? That's not, obviously that, like you said, that's not even the norm among union members, much less kind of the general public. How did you kind of come to to be a member of DSA and to, to have this political ideology in such a not socialist state?
Well, I think, I think the earliest thing that I can remember that was maybe different than the norm was the Iraq War. Honestly, I was in high school or when the Iraq War was really kicking off, and it felt wrong. It didn't make sense. But at that time, I was also increasingly a student of history, and the longer that you're a student of history, in my perspective, the more you begin to see that. You begin to see the material perspective. You begin to see that power and resources and all of that are part of they're part of how capitalism maintains itself. But a lot of times, I think especially younger folks, and especially younger folks around the time that I was younger, didn't necessarily have the vocabulary to really put that together. And certainly it's not, taught in schools. A lot of times it's something that maybe you read, some off chance of like some Noam Chomsky or something like that. Or, for me, really, it was the Occupy movement that sort of began to speak in terms, of like acknowledging the playing field in a way that really had not been mainstreamed by that point. The idea that there is a 99% of us that are working and maintaining the world, and there's a 1% that gets rich off of that. And so you can sort of draw a through line from there to the Bernie Sanders campaign, which I think was a big inciting incident for a lot of people to take a different look than just what was out there. And DSA as a national organization grew considerably during the Bernie Sanders campaign and in the subsequent years. And so for me, that was, those are personal reflections, but I think the Bernie Sanders campaign in particular was an opportunity for those personal reflections or personal feelings of like, this doesn't necessarily, fit or make sense, to become more of like some collective action or mass action. And obviously, like, that's an electoral campaign. So, you can, there may be critiques for that, but it certainly was something that really incited a lot of people to take a stronger look at something like democratic socialism. And so since then, that's definitely been something that's worth working on, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as the rest of us, and, locally in DSA and then nationally, as you can see, there'll probably be 100,000, DSA members by the time that the convention happens soon.
That's really impressive. And, I think that, a lot of folks my age, and I think you're kind of roughly my age as well, kind of trace our political awakening, so to speak, to the 2016 Bernie Sanders campaign or thereabouts. That's certainly where I trace mine to. Even if I, like you said, there are certainly critiques to be made of that, and to be made of electoral politics generally. But I think that was really instrumental for a lot of folks. So, as we're wrapping up here with talking to you from Birmingham DSA, where can people? I know that this wasn't, you didn't do this to have folks join, but if folks are interested, if anybody from this drive wants to know more, or perhaps wants to be a member of Birmingham DSA, where should they go to learn more, to join, stuff like that?
The best place is going to be to get connected with our social media accounts at this time. So if you're on Twitter, like us, unfortunately, BHAM DSA, you can find us on Facebook as well. And then we have a general meeting on the first Sunday of each month. And so that's a Zoom meeting. People are welcome, if they're interested, to join up with that meeting. But you can also email us directly at bhamdsa @gmail.com. And I have one more thing to plug about the Amazon organizing, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So, something that we, as we've said, we want to take our cues from the RWDSU and the Amazon Union, organizers to, before we go out and do anything on our own. But there's been a lot of interest in the wake of the rally on Saturday in doing some community canvassing and all of that. And so we have there is basically an organizing call with the union, RWDSU, as well as just sort of driven by Eric Hall, who is in charge of Our Revolution, the Birmingham chapter. That's going to be Friday at 12:30 in the afternoon. And the idea is that anyone who's interested in this kind of canvassing of workers and of community members in the Bessemer area or in the area where the Amazon workers are, the more that you want to get involved, this is going to be a good opportunity to see what the organizers and what the union are going to have for us to do. So anyone who wants information on that, can also just get in touch with us via email. That's bhamdsa@gmail.com. We can get some more information about that and get you on that call.
Okay, awesome. Eric Hall, he's actually a member of my union. I don't know if you know that. We're both in AFGE. So
Oh, great.
yeah.
Eric's great and has been a good friend to Birmingham DSA for the last few years.
Good. And you said he's the president of Our Revolution in Birmingham?
Yeah, I believe he's the president of the Our Revolution chapter and was at least one of the co-founders as well. But I believe he's running Our Revolution.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, that's going to wrap it up for our conversation with Birmingham DSA. Like he said, you can find them at BHAMDSA on Twitter, or you can send them an email at bhamdsa@gmail.com. Thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate it.
All right. Absolutely. Thanks so much.
All right. Bye. And so I'm going to give y'all some music to listen to, and we'll be right back with some folks from PSL in Atlanta. It will be beautiful. It will be All right, so we are back. This is the Valley Labor Report. We are doing an impromptu live stream with some supporters of the RWDSU's Bamazon Union. We just got finished talking to the Birmingham DSA. Up next, we are talking to the president of the IBEW Local 136, which is the IBEW local here in Birmingham. Right now, we are talking to the Atlanta PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation. We've got Estevan Hernandez, Brad L., and Kristen Garrett on the line with us currently. And so first, I said y'all are with the Atlanta PSL. I guess that's the first question. What the hell are y'all doing coming from Atlanta to support an organizing drive in Bessemer, Alabama?
I'll jump in. Thanks, David. I mean,
I'm Jake. David's a bum. He's not on the. No, I'm kidding. He had some of his members actually got hurt on the job, and so he's looking at he's having to investigate that situation and make sure that everything's good and on the up and up. See if they need to do anything about that. But yeah, so he's not on the. This is Jake. David is not able to be on the line. I'm just under his name.
Sorry about that, Jake.
No worries, brother.
Yeah, no. I think maybe Brad can jump in too, because he even had to drive further than I did. He came from another, I think, hour north of where I am in Gainesville, Georgia. But yeah, we're the PSL and we're based in Atlanta, and I think that this struggle is, extremely critical for the workers first and foremost at the BHM1 Amazon location in Bessemer, Alabama. I mean, thousands of workers are there and have their livelihoods on the line. Their working conditions are on the line. They're facing so much right now, and they're really putting themselves out there to organize themselves and to win a contract and to win union recognition and to, take back some control of their workplace. And we have the obligation as a community to support these workers. But even further than that, it's even, I guess, really critical for the region, because Amazon is like, a behemoth. It's like so huge and everybody shops there. I mean, they made $22 billion last year, and it's just growing and growing and growing. So in one way, they're on the cutting edge of the labor movement. And also in the South, it's very critical that we get organized in the South. So we see their struggle, even though I don't work at BHM1, even though we don't work there, we see their struggle as our struggle, as a working class struggle, that we're all in this together. And that's why we came out there, and we're going to come back again soon.
Good deal. Yeah, I think he said something about that y'all had offered, and y'all did take out some signs for him, and it sounds like maybe like run some errands, but I mean that has to be done. It's the thing about people kind of derisively talk about burger flippers, and it's like, well, I want somebody working at like a fast food joint when I want a quick burger, and that's important stuff that has to get done. And if you've got people that aren't actually organizers in the union that are able to kind of take up some of that, some of the more kind of menial type stuff, then that frees them up to do other work that's really important. And so I think that's important stuff. So is this kind of normal operating procedure for PSL? Like, I think most people are a lot more familiar with DSA, and I know that this is kind of fairly standard operating procedure for them, but most folks aren't going to be aware of PSL. So is this like normal operating procedure for them? And then maybe you can kind of go into like what PSL is about and what kind of their mission statements are and what they kind of do.
You want to take that one, Brad?
Yeah, this is the sort of thing that we normally do. The labor struggle and union membership is really important to PSL, and like Esteban was saying about we need community support for the struggle in Bessemer. We try to get into places where we can help support the community as well. And it can be all sort of different things. It can be like anti-racist rallies, or if there is like a racist rally, which sometimes happens in the South, we'll have to go counter it. It can be, tenants' rights issues. There's like, housing organizing we try to get involved with, and that kind of thing. And, we try to stay disciplined and active and, get on top of things as much as we can. And we're a revolutionary socialist party. We think that capitalism can't be reformed, and we fight for socialism, but we have some of the same goals as the DSA, and we organize some things differently. We're very friendly with them, and we work in coalition work a lot. I'm also a member of a minority union myself, United Campus Workers of Georgia, Local 3265. And so, we keep up, being a minority union in that organizing situation with the labor, issues at large nationally. And this really caught our eye, like everybody else. The eyes of the nation are on Bessemer right now. So we've talked about it a lot. So this opportunity came up for me to help out in what way I can. I was really eager to anyway. Although I live in North Georgia and I'm a member of the Atlanta PSL, I help out just organizationally sometimes with the PSL in Alabama. Because there is a Birmingham PSL, and they got quite a few members in different places. And Kristen here is actually a member of the Birmingham PSL, so she can tell you more about the party in Alabama as well.
Yeah, Kristen, if you want to just jump on that.
Yeah, so I live in Huntsville, Alabama. I grew up in Florence and went to school at Auburn, War Eagle. So I'm on the ground in Birmingham. We, like Brad said, we work hand in hand with DSA in a lot of ways. I know we're planning to hit, the community and do some canvassing. Our organization recently picked up 200 signs from the local union to help distribute to the community. So yeah, talking about standard operating procedure of the PSL, this is pretty much it. We like to hit the ground running and get as involved with, the community struggles as we can. And I know in Birmingham, we have worked with the Amalgamated Transit Union in Tuscaloosa before. So PSL Birmingham is no stranger to labor struggles as well.
That's really great. And, both of y'all mentioned something. Brad, you mentioned that you're a member of a minority union, and, you can see I'm wearing an IWW shirt, and they do kind of most of their organizing models are actually kind of similar to that. We call it solidarity unionism as opposed to minority unionism. But the CWA has a very similar model there. That's what they're trying to go for with Alphabet Union. And you mentioned that you're from Huntsville. That's where I'm at. I'm a member of AFGE Local 1858 up there, and I know that every time union folks get help from the community, from other organizations, from allied organizations, it really means a lot, and folks don't forget it. So y'all were I asked Josh, the lead organizer on this campaign, like, okay, I want to do this stream for the supporters, like talk about why they thought it was important to support, who should I talk to? And y'all were one of the first folks that he said, y'all have been really helpful. And so, unions really appreciate that. They don't forget it. So I don't know if we've got time for all of y'all to answer this, but all of y'all kind of sound like you're from the South. A couple of y'all mentioned that you were that you were born and raised here, and I asked this to the fellow from Birmingham, and so I'll ask y'all the same thing. What brought y'all to socialism as a political ideology when you're surrounded by not socialism?
Yeah, I was born and raised up in rural North Georgia, which is where I still live. My wife and I live right outside of Gainesville. I've lived here my whole life. It certainly wasn't something that was ingrained in me in childhood or taught in school, to say the least. Around college and after that time, I was pretty liberal or progressive and that kind of thing. And, I started teaching at a local community college in 2007, right when the market crash was happening and all of that. And so, that played heavily on me getting started at work. And I became at the time like really, really enthused by Obama. And like I really, I bought all that. Like I really believed it. Like there was going to be hope and change, right? So then when Obama got elected, like I was like, yeah, we did it. Like, here we go. I was ready for that hope and change. Like I was wondering, what kind of major, differences there would be. So, a year and a half later, when I was disillusioned by that, I kind of had to think about, not only what went wrong, but like what would be an actual path for like real radical change. And that's kind of what led me eventually to socialism.
Esteban.
I appreciate it, Jake. I'm not actually from the South.
Okay.
But I don't know, Kristen, if you want to go for it.
Yeah. For me, kind of similar to Brad. I grew up actually in a smaller town outside of Florence called Killen, Alabama. Real rural. So that's my background. And I don't know, growing up and I mean, just seeing and experiencing poverty firsthand, to be honest, and seeing that the contradictions, I grew up kind of, liberal minded, really progressive, but, as Brad said, I fell for the, Obama's hope and change. I saw what people needed. People need assistance, people need healthcare, people need these social programs that can support them, because, that's what our government's supposed to do. And, these things just don't make sense unless you start looking at who's being provided for, when you apply the class analysis. And, that's what eventually led me to socialism from kind of, some more liberal, neoliberal ideologies, because it's just not, you don't see the results applied to the, the disenfranchised masses who are actually in need of them.
Well, so as we're wrapping it up here, is there anything, did y'all have any closing thoughts on why it's important for socialists, for not socialists to support this organizing campaign and any other organizing campaign? And then where can people find out more about PSL in general and PSL Atlanta in specifically?
I'll say a couple of things that I think it's important to note, that we've been talking about workers' rights at Amazon, and there's other workers who are on the front lines trying to organize in places that haven't been organized. Places like Walmart. I mean, the Walton family and the profits that Walmart generates are absolutely enormous. And the idea that the workers who make these places run have to receive poverty wages and have low working conditions, I mean, it's absurd. For them to say that the money's not there, it's just blatantly false. There's other industries as well that are organizing. And also the point that people have been making about the Bessemer struggle, BHM1, Amazon plant, is that workers' rights are also civil rights. And that workers, many of whom are African-American, immigrant, Latino, are also facing racism at the hands of police or in the community. And so that when we merge these struggles, the struggle for civil rights and workers' rights, just like Martin Luther King, just like all the civil rights activists in the 1960s and 70s, that's where we can find a lot of strength, is when we merge our struggles together and understand our struggle as the class struggle that's also anti-racist. So I wanted to say that because I think that's very compelling. The new industries of workers who are fighting and the anti-racist struggle, everybody who sees this going on should really support the workers who are organizing themselves.
Yeah, well, two things that you mentioned there are things that Big Mike talked about on our show. Exactly. You mentioned that, it doesn't make sense that these people are making so much money for these companies and they're not the ones getting it. I mean, with Amazon in particular, Amazon is like the poster child for big, huge companies that have profited from the pandemic. And they don't even have that meager kind of hazard pay anymore. And, Big Mike talked about how, conservatives a lot of times will talk about trickle down. And, the real trickle down is when people in the community actually get more of the value that they create. And then you also talked about how, this is really about a fight for civil rights as well. I mean, that's, most people don't know this, and it's for a reason. But, Martin Luther King Jr., when he died, his project was tying the fight to for civil rights to a fight for economic rights, and that he was in Memphis supporting a sanitation workers strike, and he died after that. And there's a reason for that, and that's why that link is so important. Brad, y'all have anything else to add to that?
I've seen many publications with headlines stating that Alabama is such an unlikely, quote, place for this struggle to be taking place. And I just find that honestly quite offensive, because Alabama has such a rich history of social organizing and civil rights organizing, labor organizing, wonderful communities that come together to, really do right by each other and show that it's, it really isn't right for these people to be putting money, hand over foot into the pockets of these CEOs while they're barely making enough money to keep them, to pay their rent and put food on their tables. And Alabama, it has always had that strong civil rights history, especially in even in Bessemer as well. One of the speakers who spoke at the rally Saturday reminded us that Bessemer has always been a union town and will always be a union town. So I feel like that's incredibly important to remember.
Mm-hmm. One of Birmingham DSA signs that they put up around Bessemer said, unions built Bessemer, and we need more of them. Basically, that's not exactly it, but that said unions built Bessemer, and that's important, and that's true. One of the folks that I've been citing is Dr. Robin Kelly. He wrote Hammer and Hoe. And, around the Depression era, there were more dues-paying Communist Party members than there were members of the NAACP, and they were all black sharecroppers. So, just to wrap up, where can people find out more about the PSL and PSL Atlanta?
Can you take that, Esteban or Kristen? My dog is barking.
Yeah, we're all over social media, whatever platform people prefer. Specifically here in Atlanta, our handle is Atlanta PSL, and our website, which matter of fact, everybody should check out this website. I think liberationnews.org. We have frequent reporting, daily reporting from the worker struggle all around the country. It's really a top-notch website, including a recent report on the BHM1 rally to initiate the organizing drive and the vote. So I would definitely tell people to check that out, liberationnews.org.
All right. Thanks so much for talking to us, y'all. We really appreciate it. We've been talking to folks from the Atlanta PSL and the Birmingham PSL. That's Party for Socialism and Liberation. Up next, we're going to be talking to Ross Robertson. He's the president of the IBEW Local 136 here in Birmingham. We will be right back.
We'll be tangled in this flaming smoke. I thought we'd have this understood.
All right. All right. So we are back. We're live, going out to YouTube and Facebook. This is the Valley Labor Report. We have on the line now Ross Robertson. He is the president of Birmingham, or the IBEW Local 136 in Birmingham, Alabama. Brother, thanks for talking to us. I really appreciate it.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Right.
So, Ross, first thing, you're the president of the Electrical Workers Union. The RWDSU, the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, they're the folks that are doing this organizing drive at Amazon. So, why were you out at the rally? Why are you, invested in them winning this fight when it's not your union that's doing the organizing?
Well, as president, I'm involved with the Labor Council also, and I know that the Labor Council was really involved with it. We've got the Central Labor Federation that they had a full crowd down there Saturday, and it's huge. This is a really big opportunity to make a difference. I mean, Alabama has always been a big union state until after the 80s, I guess, when everything started taking a nosedive. But we need to build it back up. And the only way to do that is to try to get representation for these guys is a huge thing where they get treated better, get better wages and benefits. And just, it's a big move right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely. We're looking at a 6,000 person bargaining unit. I mean, when they win, it's going to be the biggest. That's going to have to be the biggest organizing win in decades. I mean, I don't know how long it's been since such a big bargaining unit has been added in one election.
I know it is huge, and they're trying to keep them down. They're trying to keep them down to where they, they don't feel like, I know it, especially in the state of Alabama, we feel like that we don't have a chance to have a good representation through unions with our quality of work and everything else around through here, because we've been beat down for so long and suppressed. And if this was to make a positive vote on this, then it would change every union in the state of Alabama to where we're looking up. It would make a big difference for all of us.
Yeah, well, speak to that, because that's something that I hear all the time. We're on every weekend on a conservative talk radio station. And so every Thursday morning, I'll call into the morning talk show, and I've got a segment, and every time we talk about Amazon, that morning show host is just convinced that, one, it's not going to make anything better, and two, if they try to make anything better, Amazon's just going to close up shop, and that it's just impossible for these workers to have good pay and benefits, and that there is no way to make it profitable, that either you take the jobs as they are or they leave. And folks like you and folks like me who've got good paying union jobs, who have good benefits, I mean, we're proof positive that that's just not true. But, speak to that a little bit. Like what goes through your mind when people say things like that to you about this drive, or no doubt you've heard the same thing many times over the years?
Yeah, this is definitely, it's Jacob, it's a lot more than just a good paying job. It means a lot more than having everything else that's involved with being in the union. This has to do with being treated fairly. That is the biggest problem down there at Amazon right now, is they're being treated like robots. I mean, there's no human effect there with them. And the contractors and the companies that are doing this have gotten away with it for so long because they keep you under your thumb, and they try to keep it to where your job's scared, that if you don't do what they tell you to do, they'll run you off and find somebody else to put in your place. That is the intimidation factor of it, is the worst thing in the world about having to go to work every day and feel like your job is in jeopardy. And I think with a union vote, they will have some protection. They will have some rights as far as having grievance procedures in case something was to happen. As far as they're actually being limited with their bathroom breaks. Well, there's certain people that cannot be limited with bathroom breaks. If you have to go to the bathroom, you've got to go. Now, in order to meet their quota, they still got to meet their quota. But if you got to go, you got to go. There's nothing that you can do to stop that. Well, if you go too many times in a day, they will terminate you. And that's not fair. That's nothing right about that, because there's medical issues involved. There's different things involved with it that can be that needs to be addressed. And without any kind of representation from a good quality union, then you have no way to defend yourself. So. Can you hear me? I think I got cut off.
Hey, I'm sorry about that. My mic died. I've got these wireless mics, and it died on me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Okay,
Yeah, so you said that you were talking about some of the issues that they had on the job, and the rebuttal to that on the part of a lot of folks is, well, just get a different job. I mean, what do you say to that?
That's not the right way to look at it. There's no way about that. That's not the right way to look at it. You've got to look at it as far as you're out there trying to do your job. If you're doing it professionally, you're doing it to the best of your abilities, there should be no reason for retaliation for medical issues, for anything else that's going on, that you do have rights. And as a worker, it doesn't mean that you sell your soul to the company. You've got rights. And if you go out there and do your job and do what you're supposed to do, you shouldn't be antagonized or anything else. It's not the right way to treat a person, much less an employee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when people say that, it really kind of boggles my mind. I mean, people deserve dignity and respect, and they deserve a decent amount of pay. They deserve good benefits, and if they're not getting it, I don't understand why the response to that is just go and get a different job. I mean, what if there's not a better job in the area? I mean, what I don't understand, and especially, it's always these people that are like, oh, I hate tyranny, I hate government, I hate authority, blah blah. I like freedom and liberty, and it's like, okay, if you want freedom and liberty and freedom from authority, especially, like, why are you telling these people to just wilt away in the presence of an authoritarian dictatorial regime in the workplace,
Right. Well, you don't want them just to, that's, my stepdaughter worked at Amazon, and she made it probably about a week before she couldn't handle it anymore. I mean, just the way they treated her on the job. They had it was a strict quota on her, and she's not used to working them kind of hours and the kind of conditions they were working under. So she ended up quitting the job. They were trying to mess with her scheduling and everything else, and there should be rules and guidelines in place to where all of the questions that come up on the job should be answered in a contract. If they're answered in black and white, then you have no questions about anything. That everything should be addressed, and once it's addressed, then everything should go smooth as silk. They think they've got a good operation down there now. Just think if they start treating their people a little better. Now, they pay them good, but they should pay them a little bit better. Now, Amazon's one of the largest companies in the world, without a doubt, and they make tons of money. They need to share it a little bit and to start treating their employees having better health care insurance and the possibility of a retirement without retaliating against them, especially once they start getting over the age of 30. I keep hearing that number coming around, that once you get to a certain age, they start looking at you like, okay, we got to get rid of this guy before he gets too old on us. That's not the way to treat somebody either. You know, even older people have a place on the job. Now you got to have you find somewhere in management to probably put them, or somewhere as a team leader, to where that and you have to protect your older employees also. And that's that's part of what's needs to be addressed in this union contract. And I think it's going to be a good thing for Amazon and for the employees.
Right, right. And I mean, they've got good pay as far as I mean, service industry jobs go, but I mean, warehouse jobs, these manufacturing jobs, I mean, this is the exact kind of work that people, back in the day talk about make America great again. This is the kind of work that people would do, and there would be one income and they could support a family on it. And now we're expected to just accept this kind of service industry, little benefits, and have to have 2 or 2.5 or 3 or 4 incomes to be able to support a family, and we're just supposed to accept that now.
You can't support a family on a $15 an hour job. There's no way around it. You cannot do it, not in today's economy. Everything's kept going up, 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 except for our scale. Now, that's one of Alabama's worst issues, is going after these places that come in here and to start up a business. Now, that's awesome that they're doing that, but they're selling out the workers. It's almost like I've heard it before. I've heard it said before that Alabama is the Mexico of the United States. I mean, that they're treating us like slave labor almost. $15 an hour, sure, that's a good pay scale for somebody that's just coming out of high school. Somebody that's trying to raise a family and to thrive and to buy a house and to buy vehicles and to keep everything else rolling. You can't do it on $15 an hour.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly right. Yeah.
But what do they want? I mean, they don't really, and it's like I said, they don't want somebody to stay there for a career. So that's what you're looking at too with this bunch.
Mm-hmm. And people deserve to have some amount of security and longevity. They shouldn't have to hop job to job to job and get burnt out and just absolutely wreck their bodies. One of the things that you mentioned that some of the organizers on the campaign have told me that was interesting to them is they expected, because of kind of the politics, that the young people would be their base. But actually, it's right the opposite. The older folks are the ones that are their base in this campaign, because the quotas are so much harder on a body that is older than 25. Once you get just a little bit of age on you, these things start to it starts to get really, really hard, and you just can't keep up. Where the young folks right out of high school, they're like da 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 da, and they can kind of handle it. But do that for 10 years and see what happens.
Right. And that's not the way to build a future of a company either. My dad was a union electrician. He raised me and my sister with a good living wage that was negotiated through a union contract, through collective bargaining. In this in a thriving economy, you're going to be able to afford to pay your people a little bit more. And believe it or not, our economy's still looking decent. Even though we've had the hiccups with the corona and the elections and everything else, we're still looking good. I mean, we've got to take it to that next level to where everybody can increase their standard of living instead of the top 1%, and that's it.
Especially Amazon. I mean, there's Amazon, like I said earlier, is like the poster child for making a killing off of this pandemic. There is absolutely no reason for their employees not to have a good contract and not to have higher wages, raises, better benefits, shorter hours, like lower quotas. I mean, just the whole kitchen sink. I mean, there's no reason that they can't have it here.
Well, if they were to make a good showing here, and they were to show that it can be done, they're building some other warehouses in Alabama, and they're going to have opportunities there to have decent jobs for these. That's one of the biggest problems in the Birmingham area and Jefferson County is crime. We have such a problem right now with crime that it's gone rampant. And the only way to improve that is to give somebody an option to where they don't to a good paying job and have a career and have a good standard of living instead of having to go to the other avenues that you have to do to make a living.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do that, if you increase that, then everything moves up. Everything. It's all cause and effect. Everything moves.
Right. Right. I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, there's so many good knock-on effects from having good paying union jobs. And I mean, to an extent, it would even be good for the company, because if you can get, I mean, you'll have to force them, but if you can force Amazon to actually treat their employees well, you're going to have a certain amount of employee loyalty that you're not going to have. You know, my mom and dad came from an era where, you know, you've got the company man and you get this gold watch after you've been there for 30 years or something, and you get, you know, you get a defined pension plan. And there are people there were people, it was common to be loyal to your company in addition to, if not, you know, in lieu of a union. And if Amazon can be made to do that, they can have more loyal and better workers and a better output.
Well, most definitely. I mean, that's part of the biggest thing about with the IBEW. We have almost 1 million members in IBEW. And in order to have a brotherhood as big as that, you've got to have good benefits, good retirement, good conditions that are offered to the employees, good training, good safety, the whole 9 yards. You know, that's another problem they have down there at Amazon, is the safety issues. They have to be, especially with it going on right now, you've got to have your proper COVID protocol. And that's not, you know, they say it's in place, but it's not. They've got to go by this. And plus they're working around a lot of equipment, conveyors and all this other stuff, trucks. They have to wear all the proper safety garments, which they're trying to stick to those guidelines, but they have to do that because, you know, one person being lost out there for an accident is way too many.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got to look at it like that. And if you're treating your employees like a bunch of robots, then you're not looking at it like that.
Yeah, Brother Ross, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. You know, just to wrap up, if you could tell us what got you into the union. You know, you're obviously, like I said this with Big Mike on Saturday, you're obviously a true believer. You know, what made you a true believer? What has the union done for you? How did you get into the union, and what has it done for you being a member?
Well, it was an eye opener to me when I was younger, because, you know, like I said, my father was one of the local. He was a business manager, and he never asked me to join. I asked him. I said, I need a job, Dad. I've had one job after the other. None of them were handing out. And he's like, you don't need a job. You need a career. He said, let me get you down there and I'll start you working with me next week. And sure enough, I started working with him that next week and haven't looked back. You know, I've got over 25 years in the IBEW, and I've built up my retirement, my pension. I've got something to look forward to. And with all that being said, it's a lot more to it, because this is a family. You know, this is all my brothers and sisters in this local, and we treat each other like such. I mean, we have our picnics, we have our get-togethers. You know, we do all kind of things together, and that's the biggest thing about the IBEW is the camaraderie of all of its members, and that is definitely an eye opener, and it shows that people care about each other, and as long as you care about each other, you know, you're gonna make everything better.
Yep, that's beautiful place to end it on, brother. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right. So, folks, that was Brother Ross Robertson with the IBEW Local 136. Up next, we're going to have Reverend Gregory Bentley. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, so folks, welcome back. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. I am joined now by Reverend Gregory Bentley. He is the preacher at First Presbyterian Church in Huntsville. Is that right?
Fellowship.
First Presbyterian Fellowship.
No, Fellowship Presbyterian Church.
Fellowship Presbyterian Church. I'm sorry, I had the Presbyterian right.
Right.
But he was also co-chair of the Alabama Bernie Sanders campaign. We had him on to talk back in June before we did our Labor for Black Lives rally. The North Alabama Labor Council did that. And so, Brother Bentley, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, as you can tell, we're broadcasting out of the RWDSU local union hall, and you're from Huntsville, but you came all the way down on Saturday to support these Amazon workers doing this campaign. Why did you drive all the way down from Huntsville, Alabama? Make that 2-3 hour drive to support these folks?
Well, first and foremost, because I believe in labor, because I believe in justice. And justice, not the biblical notion of justice, not punitive justice, but justice in the sense of restorative and distributive justice. Justice that ensures that each and every living being has what they need to not only survive, but to thrive and flourish. That's why I support unionizing, because that unions have served a critical role in helping workers get a fair share of what they earn and what they help others to earn. So, I think this piece, especially in a historically anti-union state like Alabama, this could be huge, not just for Alabama, but for the whole country and for the labor movement. So I think this is bigger than just the workers at Amazon. I think this has the potential to help breathe new life into the labor movement in this country and indeed globally.
Right. You mentioned something that I'd like you to tease out for me a little bit. You said that you're doing this because of the biblical principle of fairness and justice, and you're a reverend, and your faith obviously motivates you to be a participant in these movements for social justice. But
yes.
A lot of Christian folks that I know, their reaction to stuff like this, stuff like these Amazon workers talking about, I don't get paid enough, or I don't get enough breaks, or my hours are too long, or my quotas are too harsh, and I want a union to make my job better. Their reaction to that is get a different job or pray about it. So how do you talk to Christians like that have this kind of passive and just really, really non-confrontational style of their faith that leads them to basically accept or encourage others to accept whatever yoke is placed on their back?
Man, we could spend a whole series on that, on how that came to be. But I guess the short answer is they just really need to read the Bible. They just really have not read the Bible. One of the seminal stories of the Bible, the Exodus, is about labor. When the children of Israel are led out of slavery, that is a story that is fundamentally about labor and about what is fair when people labor. When people labor, they deserve to be paid justly for their labor. And that's why slavery is fundamentally wrong. You don't pay anybody for doing work that is profitable to everybody except them. So, and the other piece would be sticking with the biblical narrative is the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If you were in that position, would you want to be treated like that? Would you want to be treated, would you want to be paid less than what your labor is worth? Would you want to be in an atmosphere where you were being intimidated and coerced and just horrible working conditions? Would you want to be in a situation like that? And the easy answer is, yeah, well, get another job. Well, they shouldn't have to get another job. That job should, have all the things that are necessary for people to earn a good living and have good working conditions.
Right.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, Brother Bentley. I think I'm
Sure.
worried that we streamed too long on YouTube, and we may have to pull that back up. Let me do some troubleshooting here.
All right.
Okay. No, that's just the reception on my computer then.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, yeah, we should be good. Okay. Yeah,
Right.
that's you that biblical principle about we're good. So you mentioned that big biblical principle about do unto others as you would have do unto you, and being being fairly compensated and things like that. So I'm trying to think of how to ask exactly what it is that I want to ask.
All right.
What do you think about can you say that again about what you would say to the just get another job, because I think I missed that a little bit, and so I want to be able to jump off of that. I missed that because I was worried about the stream functionality. So can you go over that again?
Well, what I would add to that is if somebody says, well, get another job, they're really admitting that the job that you have is not adequate or is not a job that they would want to have. Right. And if a job needs to be done, then people need and deserve to be fairly and justly compensated for it. This whole piece of talking about menial jobs, it's not a job is a job. If the job needs to be done, if the outfit or the operation can't function without the job being done, then people should be paid justly for what they do.
Right.
We come up with these terms to diminish and minimize and reduce certain workers, and over time we buy into it and we say, oh, that's a menial job. Well, does the floor have to be swept? Do bathrooms need to be cleaned? Does the lawn have to be cut? know, and if they have to be cut, then people deserve to be paid fairly to do that.
Yeah, that's something that I remember David, my co-host, him, the folks listening know him. I've heard him say things like that all the time. Talks about, their company wanting to pay janitors less. And he's like, okay, well, who's going to do that work if the janitor doesn't do it?
Yeah, who's going to do it?
And the answer is David is going to have to do it. And then the next question is, well, what is my pay rate? It's, it's a lot more than you want to pay the janitors. And so if the alternative is paying me to do it, I'm going to do it worse than the janitor. And you're going to pay me more than the janitor because I've got this, special quality of like more skilled labor. It doesn't even make sense, No,
it doesn't. It doesn't. And our system is really set up on wage theft. That's how value is returned to stockholders. It's mostly it's stolen from labor.
Right.
And the fact is that the laborers are the engine that drives the vehicle.
Well,
no labor, no
there's
product,
wage theft
no service.
in two senses. In the one sense, in just the strict, the employer agrees to pay you a wage, and then they just don't pay it to you. That kind of wage theft is actually responsible for more property stolen than all other property crimes combined. And that's just like this. That's just like a super strict kind of not lefty definition of wage theft at all. That definition of wage theft is. More of a problem than all other property crime combined, and yet we can't get any enforcement mechanisms to attack that kind of wage theft. But then you've got a second kind of wage theft, which is the differential between what our labor is actually worth and what we get paid. And that is even bigger than the more strict definition of wage theft. And we certainly don't have anybody or we don't have a lot of people trying to attack that problem. And that differential goes to Jeff Bezos, goes to, it doesn't help our communities.
Sure. I mean, no question about it. I mean, these people don't return value to the community. I mean, when you look at the robber barons of yesteryear, and they were definitely, they were ruthless, no question about it. But you can point to some things, some measurable things that they invested in that actually benefited society. They created industries, they created foundations, they funded scholarships and endowed schools. I mean, you compare them to the ultra wealthy of today, all they do is create wealth for themselves, and that's unsustainable. It's unhealthy for a society. I think it was Justice Frankfurter that said, we can either have great wealth concentrated in the hands of a few, or we can have democracy, but we can't have both.
Right.
We got to decide as a society. The problem is, and this is the real genius of the propaganda machine of the money classes, is they convince those who don't have that somehow they're just temporarily disadvantaged billionaires.
Yeah.
and create all these artificial divisions that keep us from working together for what we have in common and what we need together.
Yeah, I think I think that's powerful, and you hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of folks out there that are temporarily disadvantaged millionaires in their minds, and I think we've got to kind of disabuse people of that notion. To wrap up our conversation with you, what would you say to Christians, to pastors, to churches, to people that are actually workers at Amazon that hold their faith dearly, and to people in the community that hold their faith dearly? What would you, and they've been sitting on the sidelines up until now, what would you tell them to do regarding this union gripe? What would kind of be your message to folks like that?
What would Jesus do? And we know what Jesus would do based on what he did. He threw in with the oppressed. He threw in with laborers. He threw in with those who were laboring under the yoke of Roman oppression. So we don't have to ask what would Jesus do. We know what he did. And if we're going to follow him, we have to go and do likewise. Jesus was always on the side of the oppressed, taking the side of those who had been left out and locked out and left behind and pushed back. So that's where we should find ourselves, in solidarity with the most vulnerable among us.
Yep. That's a great place. That's amazing. Do you have any other closing thoughts on this, brother?
Well, we just got to get to it. I think we have some tremendous opportunities to really take a quantum leap forward. I think it was Lyndon Johnson that said that if the rich would just agree to get richer at a slower rate, we could wipe out poverty. Not be poor now.
Right. Just
get rich at a slower rate.
Right.
But that's the thing about greed. It can never be satiated. I posted something the other day. It says, if you had a monkey that hoarded all the bananas while the rest of the monkeys around it starved to death, I mean, scientists from all over the world would be studying that monkey saying, what the hell is wrong with this monkey? But when humans do it, we put them on the cover of Forbes magazine.
Yeah. It's really pitiful. And that's, that's exactly what happens. And that's why we've got it. That's the importance of unions and why we've got to, that's why we've got to fight for for us to be fairly compensated, and we've got to fight for justice, because greed can't be satiated, and you're not gonna they're not gonna agree to get richer at a slower pace.
No, they're not. I mean, it's just right. I mean, I don't know. And for people who don't get it, I don't know how you get people to get it. I really don't. I think you just got to make common cause with the people who get it and press forward.
Well, the most amazing thing is that the people that are so down on organizing and fighting for justice and things like that, they also tend to have the most pessimistic view of human nature. You know,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
folks like, you know, some of the more progressive theologians, liberation theologians, they've got a much more optimistic view of human nature, I think, than some of these conservative type Christians.
I would agree with you on that.
But the conservative type Christians, at the same time, they're like, oh no, the rich are just gonna, you know, they're just gonna provide for us out of their goodwill. Like it doesn't, like, you know, everybody except the rich, they have this pessimistic view of.
Well, we've gone so
it
far.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
We've gone so far as to demonize poverty and to put a halo over the rich, no matter how detestable their behavior is. I mean, that's how bad, you know, it's gotten, that we see the wealthy as inherently good and the poor is inherently bad. That their condition is characterological and not economic.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
so
really
we got a lot of, and the origin for this mindset, I must say, you know, for the you know, in large measure comes from churches. This is what's coming across pulpits every Sunday. This is what's taught in Bible curricula and in Sunday school books. I mean, this thing has to be rooted out. I mean, because it's a cancer on our well-being as a people.
Yeah.
We've
really got a lot of work to do.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But we keep our hands to the plow and our shoulders to the wheel and our oars in the water. We'll get there.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, Reverend. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Keep up the good work.
All right, brother. So that was the Reverend Gregory Bentley. We are going to go to a break, and after that, we're going to be talking to labor reporter Kim Kelly for a few minutes. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. right, folks, welcome back. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. Here in person, we've got the one and only international labor reporter superstar, Kim Kelly. So, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
No pressure. Geez.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so stoked you're doing this because I was just here. Oh, should I talk into this?
Yeah, you want to talk into the mic so that people can hear you.
Yeah, I'm like only 33, but I'm like this elderly crone when it comes to technology. It's terrible. But yeah, we were just here doing some interviews with the organizers, and then, you guys are here, so we just crashed your party.
I appreciate it. The more the merrier. So, how long have you been down here now?
It has been. I got here last Sunday evening, so a week and a half coming up. It'll be almost 2 weeks by the time I leave on Friday.
Okay. So, what have you seen since you've been down here? With regards to the organizing drive, you put out a couple videos with More Perfect Union on Twitter. Everybody should go and check those out. One of them has now gotten like 2, 3, 4 million views on Twitter. I mean, that's really cool. But I'm sure there's a lot more that happens off camera or gets cut or so. Just tell us. I know that you've got one story that I want you to hit on for sure. Yeah. The what about that lady getting arrested?
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
Oh
We want to talk about that,
okay,
but
we'll get to Debbie
yeah,
the
we'll
troll.
get there. So what have you been seeing with the organizing drive?
It's been really wonderful. It's so hard to not sound all like gushy, Pollyanna-y about everything down here, but it's been so positive. There's been so much energy. It's like, when it comes to a difficult fight like this, a lot of the time there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot more cynicism because it's like, we might not win. Like, we have to be prepared for that possibility. But here, even though people are realistic, it seems pretty. I feel like people are very justified in being like, oh, we're gonna win. Oh, we got this, and it's just incredible to see. And I feel really privileged to be here and have a little window into everything the real work that people are doing.
Yeah. Have you been able to talk to many of the workers?
Yeah, I've talked to Daryl and to Jennifer. I've definitely spent some time talking to Big Mike, who straddles that line a little bit. And there's, I think we might try and talk to a couple more workers, but it's like, RWSU, the union, has been playing things a little close to the chest. And since I'm an outsider, I'm kind of just waiting for folks to feel comfortable talking to me. It's not so much like I'm going to go up to someone and be like, hey, talk to me. Because there's, it's Amazon. People aren't necessarily going to be thrilled with the idea of putting their face on a video if they're not prepared for that. But yeah, even just the conversations I've had with workers who are down to go public, though, have been incredible. Like, we have so much footage that the videos are little. There's only a few minutes, but there's so much in there that hopefully we get out to people to see.
Yeah, well, what have been some of your takeaways from those conversations?
The thing that sticks with me that I think, it's present in every unionizing conversation, but something that really stuck with me, the way that it was elucidated by people like Big Mike and Daryl, it's, they're already they're able to pay their bills, right? Amazon's big argument is, we already pay you okay. You get some benefits, like you're being treated fine. And it's this thought of like, you should be satisfied with what you've got. You should take the scraps we give you and be happy for them. And the workers here aren't satisfied with that because nobody should be satisfied with that. They're saying, it shouldn't just be about survival. Like, we want to thrive. We want to be able to take our kids to Disney's World. Like Mike was saying, I want to take my wife out for steak on Valentine's Day. Like they deserve more and they deserve better. And they know that. And Bezos knows that. And I think that's at the heart of this fight. Like, we know that we deserve better, and we're not gonna stop until we get it.
Right. And they're earning enough. They're creating enough value, obviously, to get that. But instead of it going to them so that folks like Big Mike can get a steak on Valentine's Day, it's going to Bezos so that he can shoot it into space.
How do you spend that much money? Literally, what even costs $1 billion, let alone $90 billion? Like, he's just one guy. He doesn't even have a real family or people he takes care of. He's just some guy sitting on a hill. He's literally Scrooge McDuck. Yeah. What is the point besides just winning capitalism?
Yeah. I mean, it's really well, and he's not even winning anymore. So now that he's not winning anymore, he's number 2 instead of I don't understand why he doesn't just like call it quits and say, okay, I had a good run. I'm gonna give all my money away now.
Yeah, like Bill Gates is also disgustingly rich, but he was like, well, okay, I feel like maybe I'll try to be like a human now.
Yeah.
Like it's. Yeah, what is Bezos trying to do? What is he trying to prove?
Right.
Like he wants to take over the world, but well, then what are you going to do? You're still going to be a lonely little man in your giant mansion.
Right. I mean, yeah, it really doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't, I was talking to this with the Reverend before, and, you've got folks here that claim to be Christian and that they use their Christianity to say things like what you were saying, like, oh, just accept what they're giving you. You can pay your bills. That's all you need. Like, you don't need any more. You need to be happy. You need to be content with what you've got. And like that, I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me, the things that we're seeing and the things that we're seeing people in their community do to fight things that are going to help them in their community.
I'm not a religious person, but I was raised Catholic, so I have I get the idea,
Mm-hmm.
and even just in terms of having that Christian angle to it, hearing Big Mike speak, and I know he speaks in his church, he's a very religious man, hearing him frame this fight as not just like, it's not about economics, it's not about, structural power per se, it's about morality and it's about love. Like that, like being part of this union drive, being part of this union is the most Christian thing you can do in this context, because it's people looking to take care of one another and lift one another up, stand in solidarity with one another. It's really beautiful. Like hearing him speak really touched me, and I'm like a godless heathen.
Yeah, well, and I don't know if you know this, but Josh said on our show on Saturday, he said that he used to be he used to be a youth pastor, and he sees the work that he does now as like an extension of his ministry.
I could see that.
Yeah, he gives off kind of youth pastor vibes.
Yeah.
But the president of My National Union, he was a pastor in Anniston, Alabama. He was the first black president of his local. And he said the exact same thing on my show when he came on back in June. He said, the work that I do now is an extension of my ministry. And that's, that's something that I want, like, the more kind of people that see themselves and present themselves as Christian, that's something that I'm really interested in having those conversations more going forward, because it's not a perspective that you get a lot here. It's the opposite perspective that is the more, the media and the modal perspective is that I'm a Christian and so I'm against this. But, hearing from folks like Josh, like Big Mike, like Reverend Kelly, the president of My National Union, who say, I'm a Christian and so I do this. That's really, really interesting to me.
Right. And there is, it is kind of a biblical scale. Like we're like the reference that keeps coming up is David and Goliath. And that's such a basic story, but that's exactly what's happening here. And, we all know who won, and we all know who you're going to root for. Right. And, if David needed one stone, out here, you only need 3,000 Union cards. There you go. It's interesting, 'cause it's being in such a, because I know like religion is such a big part of a lot of people's lives here. I think addressing it from that lens and in that context just kind of adds a little oomph, because it's not just about this one fight or this one warehouse. Like no union fight is ever about, we just want to make a couple more dollars. Like we just want 5 minutes on our break. It's always an existential fight.
Right. So, we've got that kind of the mushy, the feel good, the fun kind of stuff now. So give us the gossip, the more juicy. There was somebody that was arrested the other day.
You want some tea?
I want some tea. I want the tea now, as the kids say. So tell us about that, because you were there. You were there as it was happening.
Oh my God, yeah. So the other day, I'm not sure where I should be looking. I'm just gonna look at the camera because this is a tale. The other day, the video person who's right here, I don't know if she wants me to name drop her or not. I will not. But the videographer and I, we already had plans to go out with Birmingham DSA and film them putting some banners up, some solidarity banners. Gonna be easy, super nice. They're great people. And as we get out there, I'm staying near the Circle K, so I'm walking out there to meet up, and I look across the street and I see 2 cop cars and then a handful of the union organizers. And like, I come from Philly, like I see a bunch of cops and a handful of black men, and I'm like, okay, this seems bad. I'm gonna go over and film and like do whatever I can to intervene in whatever's happening here. That's just where my mind went. And I got over there, and everyone seemed pretty calm and chilled out. And I was like, okay. And I looked over, and there was this sort of this bedraggled older white woman who was kind of standing by a police car looking a little agitated. And then the organizers were chatting with the cops. And it turned out that this woman, her name is Debbie. She is also known as Debbie the Troll by some of the organizers because she's been an anti-union presence for the past couple of weeks, it sounds like. Like, she's been out harassing the organizers who stand on that median on the way into the Amazon facility. She's been going around, like, trying to hand out, she has this flyer she made up that has her whole story about why she's anti-union. It is not something I would say is based in reality. And the thing that she got nabbed for is she's going around stealing signs. She told me that, because we went over to chat with her, we're like, what are you up to, Debbie? Right. And she had a sign in her car, and she told us, yeah, I've taken about 12 of them so far. Like, I'm going to go, I do it again. I'm going to go out and get more. And she left in handcuffs. Apparently, she spent the night in jail. Yeah, I don't really want to see anybody in jail personally, but I will say that I'm glad that Debbie was given a message to maybe stop, knock it off, get a better hobby. It's funny because, like, she's not a very sympathetic character in our experience there, but she clearly seems like she was not entirely well. But then I was talking about it with one of the organizers, and they were like, oh yeah, she's been posting like really racist stuff on our Facebook for the past few weeks. So I was like, oh, Debbie, I don't feel very bad for you anymore.
Right.
So apparently she's taken chairs. Like, there's about $1,800 worth of signs that went missing. Like, she's been a busy little troll.
Oh man.
So that's the face of the anti-union effort here.
It's Debbie the Troll.
Yeah. Like, I know if I was gonna look at the two sides, I know which side I would want to stand with.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to stand with workers or do you want to stand with Debbie the Troll? That's good. Yeah, and that's why my understanding is actually her story that we don't really have any reason to believe is based in reality. That's why the Teamsters showed up on Saturday, is my understanding, because she alleged she was a Teamster and that, you know, there was like she wasn't happy, and so the call went out and Teamsters were like, oh hell no, you know. Ain't nobody gonna think that Teamsters ain't here for this, and so they brought a damn truck from Boston.
Thanks, Debbie.
Yes.
Yeah, on her little flyer, she identifies herself as a Teamster, and like she used to work. She said she was a semi driver who used to work for USP or UPS, and it was not. Yeah, it wasn't a great flyer. I don't think it was good. I don't think she was gonna win anybody to her cause.
Right.
Yeah. God.
So we've got the good stuff. We've got the tea. Just, you know, the last thing we'll kind of wrap it up, you know, just kind of like, what has it been like for you? You know, I mean, you're a damn Yankee coming here from New Jersey. Like, what, you know, what's it been like just hanging out in Alabama? You know, what's the like, just how's it been for you? Like, just, you know, culturally, personally, like, what's that been like?
Well, I am a damn Yankee, but yeah, guilty as charged. But I will say, before I was like full time just doing reporting, I spent a long time touring with heavy metal bands, and most of the bands that I toured with were Southern. So most of my bands were from Georgia, North Carolina, New Orleans. So I'm very familiar with the South and with Southern people, Southern culture. This is kind of like, I miss it. I love the South. My accent and my look don't always fit in, but the people are wonderful. So the one thing that is kind of funny is that since everyone is so chatty and nice, and the fact that I have like tattoos and piercings and stuff, people are very curious about the things that are in my face. But also that happens everywhere. But people are, if anything, more pleasant about it. Yeah. A little more chatty. But and like I will say, like, no shade, but there's not as much mask wearing as I'm used to here. Like Philly does its best, but it's definitely a different level here for, I mean, I'm sure whatever variety of reasons. So I've kind of honestly I'm staying in Bessemer, like, but right by the facility, so I'm just in that little cursed circle of hotels and chain restaurants. Right. So I mostly just hide in my hotel room when I'm not working because I'm really worried about, you know, COVID stuff and yeah. Also, yeah, there's not the most fun I have is when I go out and I'm talking to people and talking to workers and organizers. That's the fun part. The rest of the time, I'm literally just like in my hotel room eating minute rice and binging Netflix.
I gotcha. Well, I know anybody that knows Kim Kelly, they're gonna know that she was a heavy metal reporter, and one of these days I'm gonna have to get you to give me the tea on some of my favorite metal bands from back in the day. Like when I was in high school, I was a really big fan of like Under Oath, Maylene, August Burns Red, Asking Alexandria, folks like that. I really enjoyed listening to their music. Do you know who Lee Baines is? Lee Baines, the Glory Fires. They're not heavy metal, but they're like Southern rock.
Oh no! I mean, I love Southern rock. I like the old stuff, so I'm not as up on the new stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Like the bands I toured with, though, they were like Southern metal, like your Crowbars, Corrosion Conformity, Black Tusk, like real low down, heavy riffs.
Okay.
So it was like very Southern fried metal, but not the most recent, I guess. Like
Gotcha.
most of the dudes I toured with, like old Southern dudes. So I got an education.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have any closing thoughts on the good stuff, the tea, or your personal experiences here?
I would hope that I come back sometime soon to see what happens. Because I mean, it's funny. Everyone's been kind of swarming around now because it's the lead up to the main event, but the main event is going to take like 2 months.
Right.
There's still so much more that's going to happen, and I'm kind of sad to be going home because I'm like, okay, like I'm finally, like I'm getting to know people, I'm finally getting my footing, and now I got to go back to Philly where it just snowed again.
Right.
Like, it's like 60 degrees out right now. I'm like, I kind of like Alabama right now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really want to leave.
Yeah.
But, I'm a freelancer, I'm a mercenary. I kind of go where I'm sent, but I do want to follow up on the story as much as possible. And in terms of people watching, just follow our coverage. We're working real hard on these little videos, and
they're really good. You should do it. I mean, I'm sure everybody watching, like we're, a small union radio show in Alabama. I'm sure everybody has seen it. But what are the Twitter handles to go to if they haven't, by some chance?
For the videos, it's at More Perfect US is the nonprofit. It's called More Perfect Union. And then I'm just at Grim Kim because that's my college radio DJ name. And 10 years later, it still works.
All right, very good. And just a teaser, we're gonna get Kim on sometime on the live show, and we're gonna talk about anarchism and guns. And we're really excited to have that conversation in front of our conservative talk radio audience. So. I'm excited. We're gonna
love me.
Yeah, we're gonna hit him with a we like guns, and then we're gonna hit him with a but I'm an anarchist, and so
pro gun, anti-government, but like in a nice way.
Right. So that's a teaser for our conversation with her that we're gonna have on the radio one of these days. So make sure you're following us, you're following her, and Kim, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm excited to go eat some barbecue and bother you guys later.
Absolutely. Anytime. All right. We're going to be right back with Kathleen Kirkpatrick. She is the executive director of Hometown Action. So we're going to take a break and be right back with her. Thank you very much. All right, folks, welcome back. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. I am joined currently by Kathleen Kirkpatrick, the Executive Director of Hometown Action. Kathleen, thank you so much for joining us. Still on mute.
Yeah. So hey, I'm actually the political director and
Political director. Okay, sorry about that.
Organizer for Hometown Action. Our executive director is Justin Best.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So we wanted to talk to you because you came out, and I think some other folks from Hometown Action did maybe, but I know for sure that you did, to support the Amazon workers on Saturday during their rally, and I'm sure that y'all have offered your support in other capacities, and y'all are welcome to help, or y'all are open to helping in the future should they need it. Why are y'all invested in this campaign? Like, what is it about this campaign, these workers potentially organizing, that made y'all want to support in whatever way that you can?
Well, we generally support unionization because we know it's important to provide better workplace conditions, better pay, better benefits, and better conditions in general for workers and also their communities at large. In this particular effort to unionize at the Amazon warehouse in Bessemer is getting a lot of national attention, and rightly so. We know that Alabama is a strong union state, although not a lot of people necessarily realize that, because southern states are also right to work states. But we think that this effort to unionize in Bessemer at the Amazon warehouse is getting attention for some good reasons to really educate people in Alabama. Y'all are doing a great job at Valley Labor Report of getting information out there about just what the unions do and the basic principles and information for unions, because I think a lot of folks have sort of lost touch with what the unions are really all about and need to hear it for themselves. So thank you for doing that. But I came up from Montgomery. We felt like it was important to get out and show solidarity and stand with workers at the rally on Saturday, despite the lousy weather conditions. And we're happy to be there.
Yeah, no kidding about those lousy weather conditions. That was awful. I really wanted to do something like this that Saturday outside before and after the rally, but it was so bad that it was all that we could do to get set up to live stream from the rally. And then as soon as it was over, I was like, I do not want to be here 1 second longer than I have to be. So we packed up and left as soon as it was over. I didn't get to, and we couldn't, there's no way that we would have gotten anybody to stay and hang out with us in the cold anyway. So having to do everything via Zoom mostly today instead.
Well, despite the nasty conditions, people really came from all over the state, and I was happy to see that folks were interested and determined to show up despite the conditions, even in smaller numbers than we might have liked. But there were a lot of great folks there, and some really terrific handmade signs, some a little more organized and printed. But it was a strong showing of support, I think, for what's going on in Bessemer, and I'm pretty confident there's going to be a good outcome for all of this.
Yeah, I agree completely. And you mentioned from all over the state. Not only from all over the state, from all over the South. There was people there from Atlanta, people there from Louisiana, yes, people there from Florida. It's really amazing kind of the diversity of support that these workers have from around the state and from around the South and around the country. And, the fact that we had 150 people or so in just such terrible conditions. There's no telling how many folks we would have had if it had been a nice day.
Very true. And I don't know about you, but I'm hearing from friends and colleagues all over the country, all over the world, actually, asking about, hey, is this really happening, and why in Alabama? And I take every opportunity to talk it up, because I know that we can do this in Alabama. I know how important it is to workers here to take this step at Amazon and Bessemer, and it's going to encourage folks all over the state. So it's an important step. We want to be involved. And, as grassroots community organizers in rural areas, we know that in Hometown Action, we know that a lot of the manufacturing and warehouse facilities are in rural areas. Rural people work at facilities like the Amazon warehouse in Bessemer, and may travel, well over an hour to get there because there aren't jobs in their local communities. So this is something that affects rural folks, not just the urban areas in Alabama, like in Birmingham and Bessemer.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. There's so many people that depend on this facility for a job, and there's so many people whose lives are going to be directly made better if these folks are able to win the union.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about what Hometown Action does. Can you talk to us about some of y'all's projects and some of the things that y'all have kind of led on?
Certainly. And it's a young organization. We've only been around since December of 2017, and our small staff of 3. 2 of us came on board full-time just last year. So we're a young and rapidly growing organization. We really do focus primarily on rural issues, but let's face it, Alabama is a rural state. And in the last year or so, we've done a lot of get out the vote efforts associated with making sure that folks, for instance, knew that they had the option to vote by mail or to vote early in person in the 2020 election, because we know that folks are concerned about their health and they're concerned about voting during the pandemic. But it's also an opportunity to educate them about their voting rights and other concerns, and have conversations with them about their issues in their local communities. And one of the ways that we did that was through mass texting. We texted over 1 million voters in just a few short weeks right before the election in November, to have conversations with them about, what are your needs? Are you concerned about the pandemic? How do you plan to vote? And when I say how do you plan to vote, I mean, do you plan to vote in person at the polls or by other means? Like an absentee ballot this year. I mean, not who they were going to vote for, but we want to find out more about what's affecting the people in rural communities in Alabama, because we know they're struggling. The pandemic has just amplified the issues that are already there. We are developing a climate mitigation and climate disaster response program with my colleague, our lead organizer, Warren Tidwell, who's also been on Valley Labor Report. So thanks very much for that. Warren leads our mutual aid efforts and a lot of our on the ground organizing. We provided cloth reusable face masks to thousands of workers in Alabama. We made a concerted effort to respond to some very dire needs in some of the meatpacking plants in Alabama, and also in immigrant communities in East Alabama, where folks were not able to readily get PPE early on during the pandemic, and we've continued to do so. We're also doing some anti-racism work that we're gearing up for our distributed organizing program. Distributed organizing being using methods in addition to like organizing on the ground in person, but using techniques like mass texting, doing deep canvassing by phone to really listen and find out what people in Alabama's rural communities are concerned about, and help them find solutions by building power in their own local communities, much like unions do in a workplace. That's the sort of organizing work that we do in small towns and rural communities.
Right. That deep canvassing that you were talking about, that really listening to folks, that's what a good union organizer does. I mean, that's the Huntsville IWW, I'm a member of the IWW, you can see on my shirt. We had our organizer training 101 in January. Kathleen, you were a part of it as well. And that was, that was one of the things that they really stressed is like, you need to, and it needs to come from a place of like, you actually care, because like workers are people and they're not stupid. You know, they can tell if you like don't actually care about their lives and about helping them to help themselves. But you know, in a good union organizer, you're going to have people that really listen to you know, the concerns of the other workers that they're wanting to talk to. I mean, the 80-20 rule is what they told us in the IWW training. You know, you want to be listening 80% of the time and only talking 20% of the time. And, you know, so it's really cool that y'all are kind of implementing a similar thing with your community organizing.
Yeah, there's so much power in working together with other people. Yeah, I think we've all heard, misery loves company. It's not always about misery. It's about action. Workers know what their issues are and they know what needs to happen if they can work with others to work together, build power, as we like to say, to really force solutions where there's not an easy pathway. And by working collectively, there's strength in numbers. To go to whoever the decision makers are, and better yet, I mean, I as political director have an interest in making sure that people understand that, for instance, they can run for office. In the union fight, get involved with the union and become a union leader. You learn how to work your way up through the ranks and represent other folks like you, rather than relying on someone else who's seen as already being authoritative or in power to represent you. Represent folks like yourself,
right?
And get involved and take charge.
Yeah. I mean, that that's exactly right. You know, what the best union leaders were often, or almost exclusively, they came up off the shop floor. I mean, one of Big Bill Haywood, he was a really big union leader. I believe he was one of the founders of the IWW. He came off of the shop floor. And one of the things that he's known for saying is that I've never read Marx's Capital, but I've got the marks of capital on my back. And so that and so people like that, real life folks, just normal everyday workers, like there's so much there that they can do to transform their lives and their workplaces and their communities. And organizations like Hometown Action and unions and DSA, in my opinion, are really good at showing people their potential and showing them what kind of change is possible.
Yeah, and the other aspect I would say with unions, and not to get into politics, but there's people from all walks of life, and a great deal of variety of opinions on a number of issues. But when there is one big thing like better working conditions, or a particular issue like healthcare that you have in common, work together for those things. And very oftentimes what happens, you'll also begin to learn that there are other areas that you can work together on. You may not completely agree on every last aspect of a solution, but you're all moving in the same direction and you can get more things accomplished that way. So, collective action, organizing is important. Listening is such a big piece of it, as you said, and understanding what the needs are. It's easy to sort of fly in and think you know what the solutions are, but building power, whether through unionization or community organizing, is really all about working together to find the solutions for real people, and not just assuming that you can take some stock off the shelf recommendation and implement it anywhere. You need to really look at those place-based needs that are particular to your situation, and that takes working with and listening to the people that are on the ground in those conditions.
Right. Yeah. The fact that unions really work with people kind of across the ideological spectrum to bring them together for a common project. I think that's a really important aspect. And today, we've kind of had a certain amount of ideological conformity. There's been a lot of progressives and socialists and things like that. But like, you can't have a good fighting union in the South if you don't have conservatives in it. And like David and I I know that the brother in the IBEW who came on, and we've got the business manager for the iron workers coming on after you. They've got conservatives in their union, and they've got to talk to them, and they've got to work with them, and each union is going to kind of incorporate this kind of stuff a little bit differently. It's going to look a little bit different, and then going kind of to the opposite end of the spectrum, but digging into the history of this area, but still touching on the fact about how local communities can kind of interpret different things differently. I mentioned it earlier in the stream that back in the Depression era, the Communist Party actually had more dues-paying members than the NAACP. And they weren't like white yuppies, they were black sharecroppers, and the Alabama Communist Party was actually really unique in that sense. And they were kind of not, it was interesting how, if you read the history about the Alabama Communist Party, how not swayed they were by national and international kind of political feuds. It was like, okay, whatever, if that's what you want to say, that's fine. But like, we want to make our lives better. And that's what communism and socialism means to us. And we're going to do that in our local communities. And so, there's a whole lot of threads there that you laid out that I think are really important for the work that we're doing here in the labor movement, and as left socialist type folks, as left-wing political organizations, and as students of history that we really need to that we have to engage in if we're going to do good work in the South.
And the South has such a rich history, some of which is not as well known. Like I'd never heard about what you were just mentioning about NAACP and the Communist Party in the South in Alabama, but a lot of our small rural communities were company towns originally. They grew up around a sawmill or an agricultural operation, and so that connection between rural organizers and unions, I think, is a natural fit, and one of the reasons again why we really see value in standing alongside the union organizers and this effort, current effort in Alabama and over the long haul too. It's how we got to know y'all, the Valley Labor Report.
Mm-hmm. There was a governor somewhere that's like wanting to bring company towns back. Did you see that?
Nevada,
yeah.
or
it's a
or
Democrat,
Nevada, as they say it out there. Yeah, it's wild, and I'm just beginning to learn about that.
Yeah, it's a Democrat that's
disturbing.
wanting to do that, and so like we've got our like kind of political ideologies, and David and I and you do, but like, man, screw Democrats! Like, good grief!
Democrat, Republican, whatever. I mean, that's just a really boneheaded move, if you ask me.
Seriously, I mean, he's wanting to set it up so that companies can set up towns and collect taxes and create their own laws. I mean, he wants to set it up where companies can incorporate counties, and they would be like the county board, and it's just insane.
Form their own local governments. And I mean, as I think I used to live in Oregon, and it immediately reminded me of when the Rajneeshis tried to buy their way into a town and take over local politics in a community in Oregon. I mean, it's a fascinating case study of how easy really it can be to completely take over a local government. And as much as we need some change in a lot of our communities, I don't think that's a healthy way to do it.
Right.
So let's work together. But yeah, it's interesting you bring that up, and it'll be fascinating to see how that plays out. We actually have a sister organization that's also affiliated with a national organization called People's Action in Nevada. I'm very curious to see how they respond to that.
Yeah. Well, I hope you'll keep us in the loop on that and let us know what they do.
Sure
Kathleen, do you have any closing thoughts?
please, anybody out there listening, if you know workers at the Amazon warehouse in Bessemer, please encourage them to vote yes, to unionize. And if you want to learn more about unions, you are in the right place listening to Jacob and David at Valley Labor Report. We support the show, encourage you to as well. And check out Hometown Action. We're at hometownaction.org. And you'll find me there and have ways to contact us, and also our sister organization, Hometown Organizing Project, which is online at hometownorganizing.org. I appreciate the opportunity to hang out and chat with y'all this evening.
All right. Thanks, Kathleen. I appreciate it.
Right.
So,
you
folks,
guys.
you're listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. We just wrapped up a conversation with Kathleen Kirkpatrick, the political director of Hometown Action. We're going to a break, and we'll be right back with Bart Maddox, the business manager of the Iron Workers Local 92 in Birmingham. Stay tuned. folks. Welcome back to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. Here with me, I've got the business manager for the Ironworkers, Local 92 out of Birmingham, Alabama. Bart Maddox is his name. Brother, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Jacob, I appreciate the invitation to come on. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So, like I said, you're the business manager of the Ironworkers, and kind of what I'm wanting to get out of everybody at the start is that, none of the folks that I have talked to this evening, we've been going since 4 o'clock. We're coming up on rounding out the third hour. None of the folks that I've talked to this evening are actually workers at Amazon. And yet they feel this kind of sense of urgency about the campaign, that they want to support these workers and they want to come out and do whatever they can to make sure that they succeed, even though ostensibly it's not going to directly impact them. None of these people are looking at getting a raise if Amazon unionizes. None of these people are looking at any kind of direct benefits. And so the same is true for you. Union members, we don't get commissions when other unions organize workplaces. So why is it important for you? Why, you came out to the rally on Saturday. I'm sure you've offered support in whatever way the RWDSU would need. Why is it important for you to see them succeed? What is it for you that you makes you want to see them succeed?
We feel like everybody in America deserves a living wage. That's red, yellow, black, white, gay, lesbian, transgender, whoever you are. If you're an American, you have the right to earn a living wage, to live a comfortable life. And you have the right to work in a place that is not belittling or degrading. Every American worker deserves some integrity. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're hanging iron, if you're running wires, if you're welding pipe, if you're stuffing boxes, you have the right as a natural born American to have representation, but to earn that living wage and to have a decent and safe place to work where people respect you.
Why do you what is it that made you kind of come to that conclusion? Because that's not the conclusion that a lot of folks around here kind of come to. And I can tell from your accent, you like me, we can't hide that we're from the South, but
Yes,
a lot of our brothers and sisters down here, they don't reckon that everybody does deserve a minimum or a living wage. They don't reckon that everybody does deserve kind of a decent standard of living. They reckon that you ought to just kind of take what you're given and accept that. And you and I just kind of totally reject that, and I've got my reasons for it, but I'm interested in hearing yours.
Well, without big money, without big corporations, without people who have their dreams of building a company and making hundreds of millions of dollars, we wouldn't have jobs. So I am not against a company or an individual chasing down their dream and spending their money, risking their land, their homes, whatever it is to get that venture started. But they need to realize that without people being hands-on, without people performing their dream for them, then their dream's going to blow away like dust. And respecting the people that do that for you and taking care of those people that do that for you so that you have the opportunity to see your dream fulfilled. If you treat those people like dirt, without any respect, without any dignity, without paying them a fair wage, they're going to leave and you're going to have a constant turnover. But if a company can build that loyalty by respecting them, giving them a good living wage, some good conditions to work in, that company is only going to grow. You're going to get a quality worker that enjoys coming to work every day and that looks forward to coming to work and is happy when they leave work and feeling they've accomplished something. Uh, that's it for me, is that sense of accomplishment. When I was in the field for 31 years, I could look back at the end of every day and say, we hung 2 bays of iron today, or we laid 60 squares of decking today. Uh, and when you open your car door and look back at the job site and you see the progress, it gives you a sense of fulfillment, a sense of accomplishment. And when a worker in a factory goes home and says, hey, the maintenance guys kept my line running and I was able to meet my quotas today, and I feel good about that. And I I packed people's Christmas presents. I packed little girls' birthday presents. Uh, I packed a 50th anniversary present for somebody, and that sense of accomplishment is well worth an extra dollar or two, or an extra bathroom, or a break room. And if major corporations could realize those things, I think they would see a difference in their product. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that completely makes sense. And you talked about how at the beginning of that, it's all fine and good for folks to have their dreams and want to do the businesses and want to, have some amount of risk, kind of, let's say. But you're not going to get that without workers. Like if Jeff Bezos, he literally did. He stepped down as CEO, and guess what? Amazon still running. If every single one of these workers at these facilities across the country and across the world, if they stepped down, that's gonna cause a little bit more problem. So that's an important thing that for people to kind of realize when we're talking about like who deserves what, and is it right for them to make poor Jeff Bezos maybe make $1 billion less or something next year, and for them to make a couple dollars an hour more. I think it's really worth people understanding that, like, deep in their bones. Like, if Jeff Bezos did step down, Amazon's fine. There's no problem. If all the workers left tomorrow, there's not going to be an Amazon. So Bart, I'm interested in how you came into the union and like what being a union member has meant to you. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yes, sir, I can. My grandfather was a union machinist at a cement plant in Leeds, Alabama. You talked about with the earlier guest that the guy out in Nevada that's wanting to have his own town his way. These plants, when they come to a town, they can almost take over. But Lehigh Cement in Leeds was a union plant, was a great place to work. My uncle followed in his footsteps. My Uncle Fred, whom I'm named after, he became a union machinist, and then he had to go into the Navy. So my dad had to quit school in the 6th grade and had to get a job and had to go to work. And he finally settled in to the ironworking career in 1958. And so he joined Local 92 in 1958, worked there for 42 years. And I always had food on my table. I had shoes on my feet, clothes on my back, heated in the winter, cooled in the summer. He was a good provider, and he was able to do that because he was in a good union and earned a fair wage and provided for his family. And I respected my dad for that. That really hit home with me that, man, sometimes he was getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to drive to work. And sometimes he wouldn't get home to 9, 10 o'clock at night. Sometimes he'd have to travel out of state if work was slow in Alabama. But I had a tremendous amount of respect for my dad. And that's kind of what spurred me. Now, he told me he said, son, if you become an iron worker, I will whoop your fanny. And so I kind of lied a little bit. I went to the state employment agency and I took their aptitude test and all that stuff. And then I told the lady, I said, hey, I hear the iron workers are hiring over at Local 92. So she sent me over there. And when I got home that afternoon and talked to my dad, I said, Dad, the state sent me over there.
Oh man, that's good.
Yeah.
Well,
He still almost,
oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
he really still wanted to give me a good whooping, but he didn't.
That's funny. Well, it's really interesting. I always enjoy hearing from folks who were kind of in the South, born into it, so to speak, because that's definitely not the norm for people to grow up in a union household in Alabama. But
Right.
my co-host is actually a third or fourth generation, like you, union worker. His grandmother was a president of a textile mill during the textile strikes in the Great Depression. So he's really got that history. That's in his blood. For me, I'm kind of a grafted in, so to speak.
Right.
But
Hey, but you're still a brother.
that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm just as much a union brother to everybody else in the movement as David is, and that's something that's another kind of beautiful thing about the labor movement. What's it been like for you being an iron worker? Throughout your career, kind of having the union with you, being the union.
I, as a very young iron worker, I was on a job, and we've all got our bad eggs. Everybody does. And I had a foreman that wanted me to steal a tool, and he said, "Hey, roll that up in your coveralls and go put it in my truck." And I said, "Joe, I don't think I can do that." And he said, "Yeah, you can. Roll that up and go put it in my truck." And so I refused. And my job steward, said, "Hey, look, you did the right thing. Now you're probably going to get fired, but don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Just go on and do what you got to do." Well, sure enough, that afternoon, Joe had me a check and he had laid me off. And I went back to the hall the next morning, and the business manager said, "Hey, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at work." And I said, "Well, I got fired." And he said, "Well, what'd you get fired for?" And I said, "Well, because I wouldn't steal this tool." And about that time, the phone rang, and it was the job steward. And he talked to the business manager, and the business manager said, "Go get in your truck. I'm going to follow you back out to the job." And so I went back to the work location, and he pulled up right behind me, and the steward brought the foreman over there, and the business manager and the foreman walked off. And when he came back, he said, "What are you standing here for? Get your belt on, go back to work." So he stood up for me for doing what I thought was the right thing. And I heard him tell that foreman, he said, "If you ever ask any of my guys to do anything like that again, we're going to straighten it out the old fashioned way." And the guy said, "Okay, I'm sorry." He came to me, he apologized, and he said, "Look, run on back up there where you were and start sticking bolts." So
That's
just that support, that he had my back, really meant a lot to me.
Yeah, I mean that's really amazing. The kind of common narrative that especially the the kind of corporate media wants to put out there is right the opposite, that the union is going to be the ones trying to make you do dirty or to engage in like corrupt behavior. But And I mean, of course, like one of the things that I say on the show is that unions are human institutions, and human institutions, they have humans in them, and so there's going to be some amount of problems there, but that's of course not going to be they are going to be what you make them, and obviously that you've got a really good story there.
Hey, sir, I'm sorry. Am I back?
Yeah, I can see you. I can hear you.
Okay. One of those unexpected phone calls you get sometimes.
Oh, no worries at all. I was just saying that that's something that a lot of folks they try to make it seem like unions are going to be the ones to make you try to engage in corrupt behavior, and here you've got a story of right the opposite. The company's trying to get you to do something that is wrong, and that you would have had to do because of the inherently kind of coercive nature of the employer-employee relationship, had it not been for the union, or you would have had to do it, or you would have been fired because you were fired, but because of your union, you weren't.
Yes. Steward and a good business manager.
Yeah. I mean, that's awesome. And I'm sure that you're carrying that kind of attitude and that spirit in your work as business manager for the Ironworkers Local 92. And so, I appreciate your work, brother. It means a lot knowing there's folks out there like you, doing the union name good.
Well, treat people right and with respect, and stand up for them. There are some cases that we lose, because the member was in the wrong, and being able to look at both sides of the issue, unbiased, but knowing that your main job is to represent your worker and do everything you can on his behalf. But like you say, we've got so many people out there thinking, well, the union's going to run roughshod and they're going to protect their guy, even though he didn't show up for work 3 days, the last 2 weeks, or he had alcohol on his breath, for 2 days last week. We try to get those guys help. We have employee assistance programs where they can go get rehab, marriage counseling, financial counseling, to make sure that member is taken care of. And if there is an issue, make him aware of it, or her, and that, look, we want to help you through this, and we're here for you. Now then, yes, we lost this case, we lost this grievance, and here's why. This is why we lost, and this is what we need to do to correct this going forward. So we help them in more ways than one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's something David talks about all the time, how, we call each other brother and sister, and it ain't just,
it's not just talk.
Yeah, we're not just multiplying words. I mean, it means something to us.
Yes, sir.
So one thing that you said you wanted to talk about as we're wrapping it up is the Union Sportsman Alliance, and it sounds like y'all are doing a lot of stuff with them here in Birmingham. So if you want to, talk about that and some of the things that y'all have been doing here and elsewhere with them.
Yeah, the 2 projects that they have done the last 2 years, they rebuilt the equestrian barn down at, what is that park? Flip. Anyway, the old barn was about to fall down, so those guys got all the resources, all the material, together. The unions came together. We went down, pulled the old barn down, rebuilt them a new equestrian barn. The carpenters came in, did a great job making it look excellent on the inside. Electricians ran wires for the lights and stuff. The ironworkers, even though it was made out of wood, we stood the structure up and helped put the roof and stuff on it, and gave those animals a decent place to get out of the weather. And families can now come down and rent the horses and go for rides and stuff. The last project we did was up at Smith Lake. We built a pavilion for the local high schools to come in and have their fishing tournaments. but not only the local high schools, the Lions Club, the Kiwanis Club, little hometown tournaments. Joe Smith goes down to the store and puts up a sign, "Hey, I'm hosting a fishing tournament," and he'll have 15, 20 boats, show up for the fishing tournament. And that's a place for them to get out of the weather. There's new scales, new electronic scales with big digital readouts. And, these high school kids see that and they think, man, we're in a real fishing tournament, and it gives them a sense of pride. So I did want to get a plug in for those guys. The next project we're going to do is up on Smith Lake again. It's boat ramps and stuff for handicaps. So everybody can get out onto the water and enjoy the lake. It's a great organization. They do a great job. And I wanted to give them a plug.
Yeah, that sounds like they're doing good work. And I know the Ironworkers up in Sheffield have been doing, I don't know that if it's with the Union Sportsman Alliance, but I know that they do a lot of community projects where they go out and they just do stuff for free. I mean, they built a whole bridge over there for free, the Ironworkers 477 up in Sheffield, and they're a sponsor of the show, and we appreciate their support. And we've talked to their lead organizer and their business manager, Eddie Mitchell and Jeb Miles. I'm sure that you know them. Eddie,
very good guy. Yeah.
When I talked to Eddie, I don't know if you know this about him, but when I talked to Eddie on the show, he said that the first thing he tried to do was be a union millwright. And he said he went and he tried, and they told him, "You're not cut out for this. Maybe you can be an iron worker."
Oh, that hurts.
So they sent him to y'all.
Well, hey, we're glad to have him. He's worked out real good for us.
Yeah, it's their loss, right?
Right, exactly.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Hey, Jacob, thank you for having us on, and you guys are doing a great, great job. We appreciate y'all.
All right. Thanks, brother. So we've been talking to Bart Maddox. He's the business manager for Ironworkers Local 92. We're going to be going to a break, and we're going to be bringing on Louise Leon. He is a freelance journalist who wrote for the American Prospect about this organizing drive. We'll be right back with him. Stay tuned.
Hey, man, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity, and
folks. Welcome back. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. Here with me, I have Luis Feliz Leon. He is a freelance journalist, and he's done some reporting on the South recently for the American Prospect. So we're going to be talking to him about some of his reporting, what having those conversations were like, and stuff like that. So Luis, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I love what you guys are doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very. We hope we're able to do something good. Hope we're able to maybe sow some seeds. So, Luis, you were down here reporting on the Amazon union drive. You had some conversations with workers, had some conversations with the union staff, union officers, and you had some really good articles in the American Prospect. So, just talk to us about what was in those articles, and maybe some of the behind the scenes stuff, some stuff that was left out, stuff like that.
Right. So, I want to take a step back and kind of foreground like why I came to Alabama, right? So I had a month before written a piece for the New Republic covering the Hunts Point strike in the Bronx. And in that article, the essential worker strike, I argued that we were on the cusp of a resurgence of worker militancy. So, and then I had also been covering teachers in Tennessee and poultry workers in Georgia. So I wanted to kind of find like, okay, am I onto something? Is there a surge in worker militancy going on? So that's what brought me to Alabama. I am a firm believer in the democratic idea of talking to people, pulling out a notebook and writing down what they say. The labor reporter Hamilton Nolan said something like this to that effect in the journalism review, the Columbia Journalism Review, when he was describing what's the job of a reporter. So I really wanted to hear on the ground from workers, like what was motivating them, what was driving them. And I know you had earlier on today, Kim Kelly talking about her own experience there as someone from Philly. I'm coming from New York. So I really wanted to hear and understand from people in Alabama what was at stake for them. And one of the things that really struck me was what Kim Kelly mentioned in terms of like the prophetic tradition, let's say. So speaking with Big Mike, like there was a sense of that he was doing this work as a caretaker, right? So he once told me, I didn't include this in any of the articles, but he once told me that, he likened his work to that of a physician that's caring for people. So he said when folks called out for help, he felt as though he was there answering their calling, the way that, a physician or someone that's in a caring profession, let's say, would attend to a patient. So I think that really, spoke to me as someone that's not particularly religious. There were strong overtones of a religious conviction of standing with your brother, with your sister, being your brother's keeper.
Yeah, I mean that's really powerful, and that's definitely something that's been tapped into with this drive. I feel like really kind of grounding it in the community, and the community is very religious, and grounding it in the community struggles for justice, connecting it with the movement for Black Lives and things like that. I really think that this drive. Right. All drives really, but I think this drive in particular, there's something really more than kind of wages and working conditions driving folks.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I think Kim Kelly put it well when she said, like, all labor struggles, there's something existential in them that people are fighting for. So when people talk about dignity, that's not something that's easy to quantify. It goes beyond, like, a wage obviously has to be dignified in the sense that you can live on your salary. But there are other aspects of, the work that I think are harder to grasp, in numbers. So one of the things, for instance, that I think also stood out and kind of gets at that is that when I was talking to people, a lot of them, were sharing with me, and this came out later in a lot of the reporting subsequent to what I wrote, was that they were debating these conversations about, should I join the union, should I not, with family. So it was like a very intimate conversation that people were having. And I found that really interesting. I was kind of standing around the Circle K gas station at like 4 a.m, not listening to Big Mike's advice that I might be getting into some trouble by doing that. And I would just, walk up to people while they were filling up their cars with gas or buying an energy drink. And I asked them, like, what does this union election mean to you? And people would tell me, I'm conflicted. My dad was in a union. He's telling me to sign the union card that I needed. And then there were other folks saying, my sister is not for it, but my cousin is. So it's a very contested election. So that was really exciting, to see that like how high the stakes were, that people were literally talking about this at their dinner tables, at night with family, trying to figure out like what to make of what would be in their best interest as workers.
Right. I think that's, that's really, that really kind of taps into a lot of what we've been talking about it being, really, really personal for a lot of these folks. And there's, they're hearing a lot of things from a lot of different directions.
Right. No, absolutely. Yeah. And Amazon, I think like we've all heard about the captive audience meetings, but one of the things that was most striking that I write about in my article in the American Prospect is the fact that Amazon had recruited third-party contractors, in Big Mike's words, to basically serve as walking billboards for its anti-union campaign. And that was really heartbreaking, because when I was talking to folks, like they didn't lead, with like, I am someone that was recently released from prison. They would tell me, I'm really happy to be working at Amazon. I'm earning 13. Some people said they were earning 13, others $15 an hour as cleaners. And then towards the end, they said like, look, this is like the best thing that's happened to me since I got out of prison. And it was like, oh, how long was that? Oh, I was released a month ago. So it was really heartbreaking, to hear people's stories, and how Amazon was exploiting like those realities that they face coming out of prison, like the difficulty of finding gainful employment with a criminal record.
Yeah. It's just, it's so gross. And, obviously, I don't think anybody listening would misconstrue our kind of disgust and real the revulsion that we feel at this. I don't think anyone would confuse that with these people that were just released from prison don't deserve jobs. I want to make that clear, and I want to make it clear by illustrating that actually trade unions specifically are one of the only paths to gainful employment for people with a criminal record. A lot of places they won't hire you if you have a criminal record, but trade unions will, and it's a the labor movement is a real road to recovery that is just simply not available for people in other avenues. And I'm very, very pro giving folks a second chance, especially after they've kind of paid their debt to society, however ill-defined that debt is. But it's really, really gross to take advantage of their vulnerability like that and to use them in that way, because it's not like Amazon actually needed their services in any particular way, that they couldn't have hired them directly as employees themselves. For one, if they had hired them as employees, they would have had to pay them $15 an hour minimum wage, because that's what they say it is. But now they're able to pay them $13 an hour because they're third-party contractors. But they did that to stick vote no pins on them, even though they're not in the bargaining unit and they can't vote. They're just using them as anti-union billboards, like Big Mike said. It's really
right.
Yeah, no,
so that's absolutely right. And I want to echo what you said, that all workers, deserve fair wages regardless of whether they have a criminal record or not. Like that's inarguable. But this is a pattern, that employers use, especially in construction. So in New York, we see this all the time with the laborers union serving as a pipeline for folks, to find good, decent wages after, serving time in prison. And sometimes you find companies that hire them, to work on non-union shops and pay them like poverty wages and don't train them properly. And in New York, we've had some horrific accidents of folks, falling from the top skyscrapers because they were not properly trained. So this extends beyond Amazon. We also see it in construction in Tennessee, for instance. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you that it's taking advantage of people that are in a vulnerable position. And right, if Amazon cared, why not hire them directly so they could be part of the bargaining unit? But one thing that Big Mike said, that I think it's important in terms of the organizing that the union is doing in Alabama is that it's not about necessarily just saying like, we're going to just take care of our own, right? It's like, how do we lift up everybody? So if this election is successful and RWDSU is able to enter into a contract with Amazon, those third-party contractors, that could be another potential campaign in order to bring those folks into the bargaining unit, right? So I think that's a contentious issue that we have seen with 32BJ, SEIU, and the airlines, where you go to an airport, you go even to a hotel, they're wearing Marriott, uniforms, but their employer is a third-party contractor. So who's the employer, right? And we saw that with Prop 22 in California with Uber, where it's like, been fighting tooth and nail to make sure that their drivers are not seen as employees, as an independent contractors. So what that struggle that those brothers and sisters that were formerly incarcerated are facing, that's also on the leading edge of challenges that the labor movement is grappling with right now. So that's something that, folks need to continue to pay attention to and be mindful of. But there is broad awareness that employers will use people that are in those vulnerable situations to exploit their needs for employment against unions.
Right. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Was there anything else that all this has been? You mentioned that about Big Mike, but was there anything else that was in the articles that you want to particularly call attention to, or that maybe didn't make the cut, so to speak, but that you found really interesting?
Yeah, no, I think I wanted to, I gestured to the radical history, in Alabama. And I think throughout the show today, which I've been tuning in and out while I'm caring for my kids, you have highlighted, the fact that Alabama has a radical history of labor organizing. So one of the first questions I asked Joshua Brewer when I got there was like, look, I'm looking at all these mainstream reports about this organizing coming out of nowhere. What's up with that? And, the response he gave me, which he's been repeating, he repeated at the rally on Saturday, is that, Bessemer is a union town and will continue to be a union town. And that was really left out of the initial New York Times, article that folks, like a lot of people that were not in Alabama and not following this election, closely. That was the article that kind of came out the gate with like, this is something to watch, right? And they got it wrong. This is the folks that I spoke to, they reference, the steel workers, they reference working in auto plants, and non-union auto plants, which one of the things that I'm curious to get your thoughts on, to kind of even flip the tables here a bit. It's, we know I've been covering Tennessee, like I mentioned, and the UAW, the Governor Lee, was recruited by Volkswagen to do the captive audience meetings. But in Alabama, from my short time there, it seems like the elected officials there are playing a wait and see game, right? Like they're not coming out strongly either for or against. And then today we saw the news, right, that the investors in Amazon are calling for them to back off from their union busting. So how terrible do you have to be as a company that your investors are telling you, hey, back off? So all these things are kind of really fascinating in terms of the longer struggle in the South, to provide families, workers with decent wages, right? So in Tennessee, we there's a really anti-union. I mean, the governor, I think it was his 100 days that he went to the plant and held the captive audience meeting, as Chris Brooks reports in Labor Notes. But I haven't seen anything like that in Alabama. So that's not something that I covered in my articles, but I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on that, and if other people will pick it up, especially now that the Birmingham DSA folks are going to start that canvassing, which is really exciting. I'm just curious to see what the response will be from the political class in Alabama.
Yeah, well, I mean, the political class on both sides have actually been kind of a wait and see kind of thing. We haven't certainly haven't seen any Democrats coming out really strongly in support. We've seen, Terry Sewell and the Alabama Democratic Party do a couple of tweets, but that's about the extent of it. We've not seen any real support from any politicians here locally, but we've also, to their credit, I guess, if this is to their credit, we've not seen them really attacking. And especially for the Republicans, that is to their credit, I guess, because like you said, that was a real, that was really vicious in Tennessee during that UAW organizing drive, and how in the pocket of the employer, all of the politicians were. So, and I don't know the reason for that. I think there's a bunch of different reasons. I think that I think that a lot of Alabama Republicans are still, to a certain extent, Blue Dog Democrats. The former Senate Majority Leader, actually, when Alabama had the last time that Alabama had both houses in the legislature held by Democrats was in 2010. And the Senate Majority Leader there was a Democrat, and he just got reelected as a Republican in 2018. Our governor was a Democrat. Senator Shelby was a Democrat. The current Speaker of the House started as a Democrat. So all of these people, they certainly, of course, they weren't progressive. But, David will tell you that he's always had good interactions with Shelby. As far as Shelby's, how Shelby has dealt with the machinists union in particular and the labor movement in general, there's not been a lot of just real vicious kind of anti-union stuff from some of it. Now, of course, from others, it's a different story. Like Jeff Sessions is a bit more, he's a bit more vocally anti-union. Tommy Tuberville's a different breed, obviously, but I think there's some of that. And I think there's another thing, and that is that conservatives hate Jeff Bezos because they don't like the Washington Post. And so, during this organizing drive, we're on a conservative station. And so sometimes I call in every Thursday morning for a segment with the conservative morning show host. And he's kind of him and his audience, I think to a certain extent, are getting a bit of schadenfreude from the whole thing. But not out of any concern for the workers, but because of laughing at the harm that potentially it will cause Bezos. So I think those could be two phenomenons that could potentially explain it. But I don't really know the history of the Republicans in Tennessee very well, and so I would figure that there'd be a similar dynamic of there being a lot of former Blue Dogs in the Republican leadership. But I'm not totally sure.
Yeah. No, but that's helpful context in terms of Alabama. So, I think one of the things that I wanted to foreground was, to make sure that to get the history right. So, so I found the generational story, very interesting. So this story of young workers at the Amazon warehouse saying, I spoke to my grandfather, I spoke to my father who was a union worker. I found that very compelling and very moving, to be honest. I myself come from a union household. My mother worked in a paper mill represented by the U.S. Steel Workers, Local 381. That union emerged after the defeat of Birmingham's mine mill and Swelter Workers Union, which, you know, as we know, offered up a radical multiracial experiment in rank and file militancy. So I guess there was like a personal social history connection to the fight in Bessemer that interested me. So yeah, I mean, I think all eyes are on Alabama right now in terms of what happens with this election. And I'm happy that, you know, we have folks like you doing this great work to just shine a light and push back when people get the story wrong. So.
Yeah, speaking of pushing back, you know, this is a tease for this weekend show. We actually just booked this morning Kenzo Shibata, the functional vice president of the Chicago Teachers Union. We're going to be talking to him Saturday morning because, man, conservative talk radio hosts hate the Chicago Teachers Union. I mean, I don't know. I mean, well, but the host up there actually has a particular axe to grind against educators, knowing folks in the education area up in Huntsville. He's been a particularly consistent enemy. So you know, that's one of the things. And so, you know, I hope that we can kind of push back on some of the narratives that are put out there here in Alabama. And I'm really looking forward to that conversation. You did a good article, really important reporting on the Gainesville the Gainesville the 6 Gainesville workers that died here a couple of weeks ago in Georgia. And I was wondering if you could talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, there's definitely, you know, connections between, as you know, Big Mike and Jose, one of the other organizers that's organized, trying to work with the Amazon workers. They're poultry workers, right? But they're part of a unionized shop. Unfortunately, in Gainesville, the poultry plants there for many years have relied on undocumented labor and have created a climate of fear where workers are not encouraged to come forward when there are any, you know, safety concerns. And what happened at that particular plant, the Foundation Food Group, is that even before that terrible morning when basically this gas leak froze people to death, as they were, you know, trying to find out what was going on wrong with a freezer, is that these problems were long standing and they were ignored. And then tragically, you know, this accident happened that could have been prevented had they cared about human life more than their production goals. So there's definitely a lot of overlap in terms of the struggle of what the Amazon workers are facing. We know that there have been ambulances stationed outside Amazon warehouses because people work 12-hour shifts. So that's what workers have to grapple with without a union. And you can see that the most extreme version of that is what happened in Gainesville, where these workers had, you know, like they had no other recourse but to appeal to management. And when management ignored them, they died. So it was a very difficult story to report. I was there, you know, when the families, they held the vigil outside the plant, and the family were visibly, you know, weeping, and just the sorrow was palpable, and people were scared to come forward. I think one of my interviews I held at the airport because people were so scared of coming forward and talking. And after I had stayed around for a bit, is that people kind of warmed up to saying, okay, I trust that he's going to honor, you know, my decision to remain anonymous. Let me tell him what happened. But that was the level of fear. You know, before this plant accident happened, Gainesville had also had a number of raids, you know, in 2019. And what that kind of anti-immigrant climate creates is the perfect conditions for workers to be exploited. So I'm looking forward to, to future efforts after this campaign between poultry workers, throughout the South that are unionized and these workers that are not, because they are, they share a common struggle. And I spoke briefly to Mike, and some of the other organizers that were poultry workers. But I wanted to keep the focus on their fight in terms of Amazon. But they were also, moved by what happened to those workers in Gainesville.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not be?
Right.
Yeah. Well, Louise, I really appreciate your work. I think it's I think you've done some really good reporting about Gainesville and about the Amazon election. You can find all of those pieces are in the American Prospect, right?
Well, the one about the chemical leak, that's in The Nation,
Okay.
and the ones about the Amazon election are in the Prospect,
Gotcha.
The American Prospect. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So that we'll kind of switch the tone just a little bit, and to wrap it up, what was it like? What was it like? Just personally, being down here in Alabama and Georgia and getting to meet these folks and doing this reporting and the culture down here. I don't know how often you've been in the South before, but you said you were from New York, so just like, what was it like for you personally being on this trip?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was people were really forthcoming about like speaking to me as a reporter, which I thought maybe, wouldn't be the case because I don't know, maybe my accent will give me away that I'm not from Alabama. So people were very, pleasant to work with. I mean, I think workers were scared about Amazon knowing they were talking to a reporter. So they did ask me, oh, please don't use my name, or can I be anonymous? But overall, people were willing to be helpful and to speak to press, and that's not always the case in New York and in other places, right? So that was, that was good, and I think it goes back to that, Southern hospitality, I guess, right? Like just people being very amiable and gregarious and willing to help. In this case, helping this reporter tell a story,
right?
So yeah, I mean, I was only there for about what was it, like 3 days. And I spent most of my time in the hotel. I would go out at 4 a.m. to the Circle K gas station, interview people, check in with Big Mike and at the gates, and then go back to my room, go back out. I think the only time that I interacted with someone, I think, was when I met up with you to have lunch. That was the only meal that I really ate when I was in Alabama. So I hope to go back sometime and have more of a, an immersive experience, because this was definitely not that. This was being in the hotel,
right,
talking to workers, and then, writing up what I heard.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'll have to come back sometime and get some good Southern cooking and stuff like that. So and you've got my number, so holler anytime you're down, and I'll take you somewhere maybe more Southern next time.
Absolutely. I'll take you up on that.
All right, brother. I appreciate it. We've been talking to Luis Feliz Leon. He is a freelance journalist. He did some work on the Gainesville, the Gainesville deaths of the 6 poultry workers, and some work for the American Prospect on the Amazon election. We will be right back with a final word from Randy Hadley, the president of the Mid-South Council of RWDSU. So hang tight. We'll be right back. back. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. We have our final guest with us is Randy Hadley. He is the president of the Mid-South Council of RWDSU. Brother, thank you so much for taking your time. I know you're really busy, so thank you for talking to us. I'm doing good. Yeah, so we've been talking to a bunch of folks. I'll just go through. We talked to folks from the IBEW, we talked to folks from the DSA, the PSO. We talked to a preacher up in North Alabama who came down on Saturday. He was the co-chair of the Alabama Bernie Sanders campaign. Talked to somebody from Hometown Action. Talked to a couple of reporters about just why they felt like it was so important and so necessary to support this drive. You got a lot of folks behind you.
Yeah, and we had the rally the other day, and as you know, it was pouring down rain and temperature was about 40 degrees, and we had a tremendous crowd there, and all the different unions that were there. I can't tell you how much we greatly appreciate them coming and showing their support. The Teamsters, they brought their truck down with their speakers and everything, and it was they came all the way from Boston. We had people there from Cleveland, Ohio, from Louisiana, from Atlanta, from Mississippi, Tennessee, from all over, and I can tell you it was greatly appreciated. But at the end of the day, this is a movement. It's a labor movement, and it's growing, and it's getting bigger and bigger. And Amazon has done everything in their power to try to stop these people from voting, from having the right to vote freely. They brought in union busters, spent a ton of money, 24/7 is what they've been doing, talking about why they shouldn't support and vote for the union. And what I would ask people to do is, number one, if you know of anyone that works at Amazon Investments, reach out, tell them your experience with the labor movement. But again, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you, and let you know that when you start some organizing drive, please reach out to us, because I want people to help.
And is there anything that folks, that we do have some listeners like from outside of the state? Is there anything that folks like that can do to help?
Well, what you can do is go to our webpage, it's AmazonUnion.org, and go to that, like it, share it, because I know a lot of people have Facebook friends all over the country that might work at Amazon and stuff. Because one thing, we're going to win Bessemer, Alabama, and when we win Bessemer, Alabama, this labor movement is going to bust wide open, and not just for RWDSU, but for all unions throughout the country, because it's awakening to the American people.
And I don't want to take too much of your time, and I appreciate you being willing to talk to me so late. But how does it feel to be at the to be leading or be at the helm of such a historic campaign? What does that feel like?
Well, it's David going after Goliath. And we knew that going in. And what it feels like to me, it makes me feel proud of everybody, all the unions, because I've seen us rally together, something that I haven't seen before. And we're all in it for a common goal, and that's to help the working man and woman, not just in Bessemer, Alabama. But I can tell you that I was extremely proud the other day when I looked around and I seen people from all walks of life, and it's just amazing. But no, and it's not about me. It's about the Amazon employees. That's the ones I'm really proud of and that I'm happy for.
Yeah. I think that's I think that really sums up just about every union organizer's attitude. Is that it's not about me. It's about the folks that it's about everybody. The folks that I'm trying to help in their communities and everything like that. As just to wrap it up, have you got any kind of closing thoughts?
Well, my closing thought.
wrap it up. So like and share and all that good stuff. And yeah, this is gonna be it. So enjoy talking to everybody, and y'all have